Chapter 1428. Is that so? Then, I wish your dream come true. Wang Songzhan also thought it through at this moment. Anyway, things have reached an irreconcilable point. So what if I'm awesome? This time, I'll be so happy if I can do the right thing to you. If I can't, then I'll just accept it. So, Wang Songzhan also threw caution to the wind. However, don't regret it after your dream comes true. My relationship with the Buffon family is not for you to worry about. Thomas was furious after listening to Wang Songzhan's words. He scolded, Wang Songzhan, listen to me. Today is the second day of the 5-day deadline. You can decide for yourself. Really? Your Lancer family share is about to be reduced, and you're still so proud. It seems that you're really open-minded. Wang Songzhan sneered. I really admire you. Thomas was so angry that his teeth itched, but he said in his heart, don't be proud here. You'll cry in a few days. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He hung up the phone directly. Wang Songzhan listened to the busy tone from the phone, smiled bitterly, and put the phone back. Although Wang Songzhan was tit-for-tat with Thomas on the phone just now, in fact, he didn't have confidence in his heart. He was just acting like a crossbow for Thomas to see. His face darkened as soon as he hung up the phone. Little friend Yang Ming, I call the Lancer family's family master Thomas, as you said. Now, our butterfly family has completely broken off with the Lancer family. It has become irreparable. You must give me a definite answer. This time, can you help us get through this crisis? Uncle Wang, you're wrong, right? Yang Ming smiled faintly. You and the Lancer family have broken off since yesterday. How can you talk about breaking off now? There is no room for redemption. Even if you didn't make this call, do you still expect the Lancer family to be merciful? Wang Songzhan couldn't help but blush after listening to Yang Ming's words. He was a little embarrassed. That's true. Little friend Yang Ming, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about how our butterfly family will get through this difficult time. Isn't it already over? Yang Ming smiled strangely and immediately understood that Wang Songzhan was still not at ease with his words. This matter was not completely over, so his heart would definitely not be at ease. But now, we haven't contacted the Buffon family yet. Wang Songzhan hesitated. We can't underestimate the strength of the Lancer family. All right, I'll call the Buffon family and settle this matter. Otherwise, I don't think Uncle Wang would let me leave. Yang Ming nodded with a smile and said, Uncle Wang, let me borrow the phone in your room. Okay. Wang Songzhan quickly smiled and said, Please, nonsense. Yang Ming was doing something for him. How could Wang Songzhan not agree to lend him a phone? Besides, he wasn't borrowing it at all. He was calling for his own family's matters. Yang Ming smiled slightly. Previously, he used a phone in his room to call. Although he also spent the butterfly family's phone bill, no one saw it. However, at this moment in Wang Songzhan's room, Yang Ming naturally asked out of politeness. Yang Ming picked up the phone on Wang Songzhan's desk and dialed Old Buffon's private phone number. The phone was connected not long after. Old Buffon's voice sounded very respectful. Hello, who are you? Although the phone number in Wang Songzhan's study was unfamiliar and Old Buffon had never seen it before, Yang Ming had called Old Buffon with the room's phone when he was in the guest room. Although the phone number was different from this one, the area code was the same. Therefore, Old Buffon guessed that this phone call was most likely from Yang Ming. However, he was not very sure, so he did not dare to call him master directly. However, his tone was very respectful. Old Buffon, it's me, Yang Ming. Yang Ming said naturally. However, Wang Songzhan was shocked when he heard the words Old Buffon. Although this Buffon family had the surname Buffon, how many could be called Old Buffon? Wang Songzhan knew that the current family master of the Buffon family was called Old Buffon by some familiar friends. However, he thought that the person talking to Yang Ming shouldn't be the family master of the Buffon family, right? According to Yang Ming's age, if he called the other party Old Buffon, then the other party only needed to be older than Yang Ming to be called Old Buffon. Therefore, Wang Songzhan did not think that this Old Buffon was that Old Buffon. Master, it really is you. Old Buffon said quickly. When I saw this phone number, it seemed to be yours. Do you have any instructions? The matter I told you before, the supply of firearms to my friend's family. Is there any problem? Asked Yang Ming. Of course, there is no problem, said Old Buffon. I just called the factory and asked. There is still a lot of stock of various models. If you have any special needs, you can also place an order for me directly. And that's good. Yang Ming nodded and felt relieved. Also, about the Lancer family, cut off their firearm supply directly. What do you think? Master, if you think it's okay, then it's okay. I'll just do it directly. You don't have to ask me. Old Buffon thought that Yang Ming was testing him, so he quickly expressed his determination. There was a saying that it was difficult to disobey a master's order. It meant that the disciple must follow the master's words. There was no room for negotiation. Therefore, Old Buffon felt that it was natural for Yang Ming to ask him to do anything. There was no need to consult his opinion at all. Then let's teach the Lancer family a lesson. This family's people are so arrogant that it makes people uncomfortable. Yang Ming knew Old Buffon's temperament, so he didn't say much to thank him. If he said too much, it would make Old Buffon feel uncomfortable. Don't worry. In addition, I will teach them a lesson. Old Buffon immediately expressed his attitude. I want to let them know what the consequences of offending my master are. Then that's it. Wait for me here. I'll ask my friend to list the demand list for firearms. You can place an order for the factory. Yang Ming said, then see what's missing. You can help to think of a solution. Master, where are you? Old Buffon hesitated and said, I saw your phone number. It's from Europe, right? It shouldn't be far from here. I don't know if it's convenient. I'll pay you a visit. Of course, my main purpose is to pick up that order. Old Buffon was afraid that Yang Ming would be unhappy if he went to look for him, so he deliberately emphasized the order. He meant that he was doing it for business, not to bother Yang Ming. Old Buffon didn't know if Yang Ming had time to talk to him, but Yang Ming had come to Europe with great difficulty. If he didn't see him, Old Buffon would feel uneasy, so he braced himself and asked, Oh. Yang Ming was stunned and understood Old Buffon's meaning. However, it was rare for him to be so enthusiastic. Yang Ming didn't have anything to do, so it was good to let him come over. It could reassure Old Buffon. All right, come over. I'm at the Butterfly Castle in Elo Town. Butterfly family. You should be able to find this place. Don't worry, Master. I'll arrange it and take Junior's sister there as soon as possible. Old Buffon's excited voice immediately changed when he heard that Yang Ming agreed. Junior's sister? Who is this? Yang Ming was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Who is the junior sister in Old Buffon's mouth? He couldn't help but be speechless. Can't you just say bring your wife over? Junior sister. All right, then we'll talk about it when we meet. Yang Ming said, You don't have to be ruthless in your revenge against the Lancer family. However, that old bastard Thomas has a grandson named Good. Don't let him go easily. After all, Thomas had only used normal moves so far. It was understandable. Yang Ming couldn't be ruthless, but Yang Ming couldn't let Good go easily. This arrogant guy who said that he couldn't leave Elo Town, of course. Yang Ming had to teach him a lesson. Good, don't worry, Master. Leave this to me. Old Buffon smiled insidiously. Isn't it easy to deal with such a person? Chapter 1429. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming smiled at Wang Songshan and said, Okay, it's done. Are you relieved now? Have you spoken to the people from the Buffon family? Although Wang Songshan heard Yang Ming's phone call with his own ears, he was still a little suspicious. After all, this matter was too dramatic. The Butterfly family was about to go to a dead end, but Yang Ming easily settled everything with a phone call. How could Wang Songshan's mood not fluctuate? We have agreed. The Buffon family will come over today. Uncle Wang, you just need to make a list of the firearms you need and then prepare them. Yang Ming said, Now, you don't have to worry anymore, right? When the Buffon family arrives, you can talk to them in person. That's good, that's good. Wang Songshan nodded and said, About the Lancer family, don't worry. The Buffon family has decided to cut off the Lancer family's firearm supply. I guess the Lancer family will receive the news in a while, right? If you don't believe it, Uncle Wang can make a call to confirm. Yang Ming smiled. Really? Wang Songshan's original plan was to find a way to supply firearms again. He didn't even think about retaliating against the Lancer family. But now, after hearing Yang Ming say that the Buffon family was preparing to deal with the Lancer family, he was overjoyed and had a feeling of exaltation. It was true that the wheel of fortune changed. Yesterday's threatening words from Thomas were still vivid in his ears. Now, less than 24 hours later, the situation had changed sharply. The Buffon family was preparing to teach the Lancer family a lesson. Of course, I think the Lancer family has already received the news with their efficiency. Haha. Yang Ming knew old Buffon's character very well. How could old Buffon be negligent, especially when he was working for him? I didn't expect that Thomas would have such a day. Wang Songzhan was excited when he heard Yang Ming's words. Then, should I call him now? Of course, as long as you want to. Yang Ming smiled and pointed to the phone. Now is the time to stimulate him again. Although Wang Songzhan did not doubt Yang Ming's solemn vow, there was still a doubt in his heart. Why would the Buffon family work for Yang Ming? Wang Songzhan picked up the phone, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and dialed the Lancer family's family master, Thomas. At this moment, Thomas was in a terrible fix. 10 minutes ago, the Buffon family suddenly called and told him that the firearms factory had reduced production this year. The share of production had decreased, so the firearms supply to the Lancer family was canceled. This phone call was not answered by Thomas, but by a disciple of the Lancer family. The other party did not wait for him to speak and hurriedly hung up the phone. The disciple was a little baffled. However, he did not dare to neglect. He quickly ran to report to the family master and told Thomas the contents of the phone call he had received. Thomas was feeling good. He sneered in his heart that Wang Songzhan did not know how to appreciate favors and would regret it. Then he saw a disciple rush in. Family master, there's an emergency. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Thomas frowned suddenly. He was intoxicated with himself and was suddenly disturbed by this disciple. He was very angry. What made you so anxious? Family master, I just received a phone call. The disciple of the Lancer family was scolded and immediately said cautiously, Phone call? What phone call? What's the big deal about receiving a phone call? Who's calling? Thomas asked casually. The person on the other side said that he was from the Buffon family. The disciple of the Lancer family said, he said that the firearms factory had reduced production this year and the share of production had decreased, so the firearms supply to our Lancer family was canceled. I don't know what happened. Before I could ask, the other party hung up the phone. What? A call from the Buffon family? Thomas was slightly stunned. Reduced production? The share of production had decreased? The firearm supply to our family was canceled? How was this possible? I don't know. The other party said, so, and hung up the phone without waiting for me to ask anything. Didn't I rush over to report to you, family master? The disciple of the Lancer family said cautiously. This matter feels a bit impossible, right? Thomas was not stupid. After a short moment of shock, he fell into contemplation. It's such a big matter. It's impossible for the Buffon family to just make a call to tell us about it, right? After all, our family has cooperated with the Buffon family for so long. Even if there is such a thing, they must have discussed it with me personally. Thomas began to talk to himself, but the disciple did not dare to answer. He carefully stood aside and waited for Thomas's instructions. Thomas now had some doubts about the authenticity of this phone call. It was not that the disciple was lying, but he doubted whether this phone call was from the Buffon family. The reason was very simple. Although the Buffon family was a big family, the Lancer family was not weak either. Moreover, they had been friends for so many years. How could it be cut off with just a phone call? At the very least, it should be the current family master of the Buffon family, old Buffon, who called to inform me, right? I was the partner decided by the previous family master of the Buffon family. How could it be changed without a big reason? Moreover, even if the share was reduced, there was no need to directly cut off the firearm supply to my family, right? It was fine if it was reduced, but why was there no leeway at all? How could such a big matter be decided with just a phone call? However, what Thomas did not know was that he had been abandoned by the Buffon family. They simply did not take him seriously. It was good enough that they called to inform him. How could they expect old Buffon to personally talk to Thomas about this matter? Dream on. Of course, Thomas was still unaware of these things. He was still feeling good about himself. So now Thomas was suspicious. He suspected that this phone call was not from the Buffon family, but that someone deliberately called to find fault with him and was trying to scare him. Then, who was this person? It must be the Butterfly family. Thomas sneered when he remembered Wang Songshan's previous phone call. He couldn't win against me and was so angry that he even used such a despicable trick. It must be Wang Songshan without a doubt. Wang Songshan was sullen in his heart. He wanted to make such a call to scare me and make me scared. However, was I really so easily fooled? Thomas sneered. You can leave first. This is none of your business. Yes. The disciple had been standing there for a long time, looking at the patriarch's gloomy face, but he didn't dare to say anything. When the patriarch suddenly asked him to leave, it was as if he had been granted amnesty, so he quickly nodded and respectfully withdrew. However, Thomas was still suspicious and could not be sure. Although he felt that this matter was most likely Wang Songshan's doing, it would always be a thorn in his heart if he was not sure. It made Thomas feel uncomfortable. Thomas hesitated, picked up the phone in front of him, and dialed old Buffon's private number. After the phone rang twice, the other side picked up. It was old Buffon's cold voice. Thomas? What's the matter? Buffon family master, it's me, Thomas. Can I call you if there's nothing? Thomas said enthusiastically. Although he didn't know why old Buffon's voice was so cold, he hadn't thought that the previous call was indeed from the Buffon family. Nothing? Then I'll hang up. I still have something to do, old Buffon said coldly, not giving Thomas any face. Wait a minute. Thomas didn't understand. Why is old Buffon so angry today? What else? Old Buffon's voice was slightly impatient. That Buffon family master, this year's firearm supply. However, Thomas was interrupted by old Buffon before he finished speaking. Chapter 1430. Didn't you receive the call before? You have been disqualified as a dealer. Old Buffon's voice was very indifferent, but it had an unquestionable majesty that left no room for doubt. Are the servants of the Lancer family so inefficient? I'd already asked someone to call before. Old Buffon's words were like a sharp sword that directly stabbed into Thomas's fragile heart, making him feel breathless. Family Master Buffon, you haven't finished joking, right? Was the previous call really from you? Thomas thought of several possibilities and finally determined that the call was from old Buffon, but he never thought that this call would really be from old Buffon. This is too hard for me to accept, right? It wasn't me. Old Buffon's faint words made Thomas finally breathe a sigh of relief. He thought, sure enough, it wasn't you. That's good, that's good. However, before Thomas could catch his breath, he heard old Buffon continue. I asked the people below to call. Why? Do you have any questions? Thomas only felt his vision turn black, and he had the urge to have a cerebral hemorrhage. How is this possible? How is this possible? Thomas didn't believe this reality. Family Master Buffon, our two families have been cooperating for decades. Are you kidding? Why did you suddenly terminate the cooperation with us? I terminated it? It doesn't seem like it, right? Old Buffon said faintly. You were the one who proposed to terminate the cooperation? Me? Thomas almost cried. He thought, am I stupid? Am I not a fool to propose to terminate the cooperation? I'm simply crazy. He hurriedly explained. Patriarch Buffon, are you mistaken? Why would I make such a request? Our cooperation has always been very pleasant. You didn't? Old Buffon snorted coldly. I heard that you really want us to reduce the share of firearm supply to you? In that case, we might as well terminate our cooperation and fulfill your wish to make your dream come true. Reduce the share of firearm supply? Make my dream come true? Why does this sound so familiar? Thomas frowned. Suddenly, he thought of Wang Songshan's inexplicable phone call. Coupled with the word heard that old Buffon said, he immediately connected these two things together. Could it be because of the Butterfly family? However, Thomas didn't believe that the Butterfly family would have a connection with the Buffon family. If there was a connection between the two, why would the butterfly family buy firearms from me? Wouldn't it be fine to buy them directly from the Buffon family? Not only is the quantity sufficient, but the price is also cheap. One had to know that his rate of increase was more than double. Moreover, Wang Songzhan carefully complimented the Lancer family carefully. If the butterfly family has such a connection, then would it be possible for Wang Songzhan to do this? So, thinking of this, Thomas abandoned this absurd idea, but he had some doubts about old Buffon's words. Family Master Buffon, what do you mean by this? When did I say such a thing? Buffon doubt. S is for me. Buffon, S for buffs, S is rights? S right. Could it be the butterfly family? Thomas finally couldn't help it. He racked his brain, but he couldn't think of which family he had said those words to recently. Oh, old Buffon sneered after hearing it. It seems that you still have some self-awareness. You know who you have offended. In that case, I won't say much. Thomas just asked casually. He never thought that it was really related to the butterfly family. But is the butterfly family really related to the Buffon family? This seems unlikely, right? However, this unlikely fact was right in front of his eyes. Old Buffon had already admitted it himself, so he had no choice but to believe it. Thomas had the urge to vomit blood when he thought of this. Even if you want to toy with me, you don't have to do it like this, right? Is it fun to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? Aren't you tricking me? This is too much. It's a bit of a loss to do this. If I had known that the butterfly family was related to the Buffon family, would I have gone to find trouble with you? I can't wait to be on good terms with you. Why would I provoke you? Besides, doesn't your family have money to burn? You have connections with the Buffon family, but you don't buy firearms directly from them, but you buy them from me, a middleman. Are you mentally ill, or are you deliberately setting a trap to play with me? Thomas was really speechless at this moment. He didn't know what to say. If you had revealed a little bit of your relationship with the Buffon family yesterday, I wouldn't have made things difficult for you. Not only would I have asked Good to apologize to your family, but I would also have to supply you firearms at cost price. But, Wang Songzhan, you old man, what are you up to? You whispered to me and made me think that you, a good-for-nothing, didn't have any backing, and that you were a soft persimmon that could be trampled on at will. But now, motherfucker, you have tricked me. Okay, is there anything else? Old Buffon said faintly. You're on your own now. I'm afraid this matter can't be let go. Wait, Buffon family master, don't hang up first. However, before Thomas finished speaking, old Buffon's phone had already hung up, and only a busy tone could be heard. Thomas slumped into the boss chair decadently. His previous strategizing and arrogant attitude had been swept away. Just a moment ago, he thought that the butterfly family would definitely come to plead for mercy according to his wishes and take the initiative to send Wang Xiaoyan to marry his grandson. Good. Chapter 1431. While he was complaining, the phone on the table suddenly rang again. Thomas was shocked. He thought that old Buffon had changed his mind. He really wanted to pick up the phone. Old Buffon would tell him that everything he said before was a lie and a joke. So, Thomas picked up the phone, full of longing, and said cautiously, Hello, Family Master Thomas? I'm Wang Songzhan. Wang Songzhan was also a little nervous in his heart because he didn't know if what Yang Ming said was effective. He didn't know if the Buffon family's intentions had been passed to the Lancer family. Wang, Family Master Wang, you've put me in a difficult situation. Thomas sighed, and his voice was a little sobbing. You see, isn't this like the flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple, and the family doesn't recognize each other? Thomas knew that Wang Songzhan was Chinese, so he deliberately quoted a classic Chinese saying to arouse Wang Songzhan's sense of closeness and sympathy. Wang Songzhan was slightly stunned. After listening to Thomas's words, how could he not understand at this moment? Your news from the Buffon family must have been passed to the Lancer family. Otherwise, how could Thomas talk to me like this? Wang Songshan's tense heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly had an indescribable feeling of comfort. It's so refreshing. Thomas, you also have such a day? This is the first time in my life that you have talked to me so humbly. However, at the same time, Wang Songshan also had doubts and awe for Yang Ming's ability for the first time. Come to think of it, the person who can intervene in the Buffon family's decision must be a big shot in the Buffon family. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Buffon family to immediately react and pass on to the Lancer family in less than 10 minutes after Yang Ming hung up the phone. As for Yang Ming, how did he know such a character? That is the Buffon family, the top family in Europe's upper-class society. Not to mention being able to change the Buffon family's decision. It is already very impressive to be able to have a relationship with them or even talk to them. But now, old Buffon understood that although Yang Ming's tone was very polite, there was an unquestionable and unchangeable way of command. He was talking to a big shot in the Buffon family. Yang Ming's calm tone decided this matter in a few words. He didn't even allow the other party to discuss it. He said it completely in a commanding manner. This is too shocking, isn't it? What family? Wang Songshan vented his anger in his heart and spoke with confidence. Mr. Thomas, I don't understand what you mean. I said many times that my daughter will never marry good. You don't have to worry about this. Family Master Wang, you misunderstood me. Thomas smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, I don't dare to have any ideas about your family's Wang Xiaoyan anymore. If I had known before, I would have been a fool. Would I have forced your daughter to marry my grandson? Thomas was afraid that Wang Songshan would misunderstand. So he quickly explained, Family Master Wang, what I mean is that you see, our Lancer family and the Buffon family have been friends for decades. Your Butterfly family must also have a good relationship with the Buffon family. So aren't we a family? Oh, is that so? Wang Songshan said faintly. I don't think so. How would I dare to associate with the Lancer family? It's better for me to have less contact with you. I called this time to tell you that since you have canceled the firearm supply to the Butterfly family, then we have nothing to do with each other in the future. We will not contact each other anymore. Don't. Thomas immediately became anxious when he heard this. Family Master Wang, Mr. Wang, please don't hang up the phone. I was wrong before. I was wrong. I really didn't know that you had a relationship with the Buffon family. So, if I have nothing to do with the Buffon family, then I could be bullied by you? Wang Songshan asked with a sneer. Thomas was speechless. Yes, when I didn't know about the relationship between Wang Songshan and the Buffon family, didn't I bully the Butterfly family wantonly? Did I think that the Butterfly family could finally follow the path I envisioned? It seems that you don't even dare to speak. Wang Songshan snorted disdainfully. In that case, we don't need to talk anymore. I still have other things to do, so I'll hang up the phone. Family Master Wang, Brother Wang, please wait a minute. Thomas was really anxious and spoke without thinking. Wang Songshan was his junior, but he actually called Wang Songshan Brother Wang at this moment. It could be seen how anxious he was now. However, it was no wonder that Wang Songshan had now become Thomas's last hope. This was because Thomas knew that this matter was completely caused by Wang Songshan. The Buffon family's attitude towards him was completely determined by the Butterfly family's attitude. No matter how much he begged the Buffon family, it would probably be useless. This was because the Buffon family would definitely not relent if the Butterfly family did not agree. Only when the Butterfly family no longer pursued this matter would the Buffon family no longer pursue it. Therefore, the development of the whole matter was completely dependent on Wang Songshan's attitude. Therefore, Thomas did not mind lowering his seniority. As long as he could get Wang Songshan's understanding, what was his groveling? What are you waiting for? Wang Songshan said, Isn't it your wish to reduce the quota of firearm supply? Moreover, you have now exceeded the quota. Not only has it been reduced, but it has also been completely cut off. You should be happy now. Thomas really wanted to cry, but he couldn't say anything in the face of Wang Songshan's mockery. After all, he had really said so before. However, Thomas still braced himself and said, Brother Wang, let's not beat around the bush in front of a straightforward person. This time, it is the Lancer family's fault. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I thank you in advance. You're so talkative, and this matter is considered over? Wang Songzhan said contemptuously. Sorry, I'm very tight on time. I don't want to waste time with you. Wang Songzhan. Then what do you want to let go of our Lancer family? Do you really want to force our Lancer family into a dead end? Thomas was really anxious. This was a major event related to the family's future livelihood. Force us into a dead end? Wang Songzhan suddenly laughed after hearing it. I say, Thomas, you didn't forget how you forced me before, right? Why didn't you be magnanimous at that time and leave me a way out? Now you're talking about me instead. If you knew it would be like this, why did you do it in the first place? Back then, I did leave you a way out. I said that if Wang Xiaoyan marries Good, we can continue our cooperation. Thomas said anxiously, although I know this condition is somewhat unreasonable. I didn't say it out loud after all. Now, you can at least show me a way out. What should I do to let the Lancer family live? Oh, Wang Songzhan frowned. To be honest, he didn't mind killing the Lancer family this time. After all, the Lancer family's previous actions had made Wang Songzhan extremely angry. However, since Thomas had asked this, Wang Songzhan decided to give him a chance. As for whether he could seize this opportunity, it was up to him. He couldn't blame others. Well, since this is the case, then I will make a request. If you can do it, I will help you plead with the Buffon family. If you can't do it, then this matter will end here. Wang Songzhan said after a moment of hesitation. What is it? Please tell me as soon as possible. As long as I can do it, I will do it. Thomas suddenly felt relieved after hearing Wang Songshan's words. Wang Songzhan is finally willing to let go. That's easy. At most, I'll satisfy Wang Songshan's vanity and let him have his fill. Letting me go is better than anything else. Chapter 1432. Send Good's head to the butterfly family within 5 days. Wang Songzhan stated his conditions indifferently. Otherwise, there is no room for negotiation. You, Wang Songzhan, don't push me too far. Thomas's originally weak tone was filled with extreme hatred when he heard Wang Songshan's request. Your request is simply unreasonable. Too far? Wang Songzhan sneered. Thomas, why didn't you say that you were too far when you made the request of the butterfly family? Why didn't you say that it was unreasonable? Now you're saying that I'm too far? Don't you feel ashamed? Thomas's face turned red when he heard Wang Songshan's words, but he also knew that Wang Songzhan was telling the truth. He had never considered Wang Songshan's feelings when he was being aggressive before. Now, it was Wang Songshan's turn to be aggressive, and he had become the victim. Thomas really wanted to cry, but had no tears. If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? However, even so, Thomas still felt that Wang Songzhan was a bit too much. After all, his condition was to let Wang Songshan's daughter marry Good, and it didn't hurt anyone's life. However, Wang Songshan's request was too ruthless. He wanted Good's life. How could Thomas, who is Good's grandfather, agree? I have given you the opportunity. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. Wang Songzhan didn't care about Thomas's mood at the moment. What does it have to do with me whether you are angry or not? You didn't leave yourself a way out when you forced me. Do you think it's possible for me to be merciful to you now? No one is a fool. Wang Songzhan, I just want your daughter to marry my grandson, but you want my grandson's head. Is this fair? Although Thomas knew that he was at a disadvantage, he still argued. Good was very arrogant when he was in my house. If I don't get rid of him, people will think that the butterfly family is afraid of him. Wang Songzhan ignored Good's question and sneered. This matter was caused by your grandson, Good. What does it have to do with my daughter? So, since he came looking for trouble, he should be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Otherwise, if no one is responsible for their own actions, wouldn't this world be a mess? Take responsibility? Thomas was indignant. The butterfly family has killed countless people. Why don't you stand up and take responsibility? However, Thomas did not dare to say so under the circumstances. After all, he had no choice but to lower his head under someone else's roof. Wang Songzhan, our Lancer family will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. As for the Douglas family, I will also make them pay the price they deserve. However, Good as my grandson no matter what. I will not allow any harm to come to him. Thomas's words were resolute and decisive. On the one hand, he was showing weakness to Wang Songzhan. On the other hand, he was hinting to Wang Songzhan that he should quit while he was ahead. We will also pay the price. As for Good's idea, I'm sorry, but don't think about it. If that's the case, then I think we have nothing to talk about. Wang Songzhan blocked Thomas's words with one sentence. He did not buy his words at all. The butterfly family doesn't need any compensation or explanation. If we really want an explanation, the only thing we can give is Good's head. Good. Thomas was furious. This Wang Songzhan was not going to give him any face at all. This made Thomas extremely annoyed. He had been in Europe's upper class for so many years, but today he was the first person who did not give him face. Not only did he not give him face, but he was also pressuring him step by step. Wang Songzhan, do you mean that you really want to fight to the death with our Lancer family? Let me tell you, although our Lancer family has lost the support of the Buffon family, we are not easy to bully due to our decades of accumulation of wealth. Even if our family declines, we will drag someone down with us. So what if you are an assassin family? Others may be afraid of you, but I, Thomas, am not afraid of my Lancer family. You have assassins, but we... If you don't believe it, we will see. Thomas's words made Wang Songzhan wake up abruptly. Wang Songzhan had been refreshed previously when he saw that Yang Ming had not only easily solved the family's biggest problem, the supply of firearms. He had also allowed the Buffon family to clean up the Lancer family. He felt extremely refreshed, especially when he saw Thomas lowering his voice to him. He was a little complacent for a while, but at this moment, Thomas's words reminded Wang Songzhan. In any case, the Lancer family was a big family that had stood at the top of the upper class for many years. Even if their firearms sales qualifications were cut off at this moment, the wealth and foundation they had accumulated over the years were unimaginable. No one would believe that the Lancer family did not have a private security force. In particular, Thomas's previous sentence, "You have an assassin, don't we?" had already hinted that the Lancer family also had a trump card. If you really want to fight to the death, then we will accompany you to the end. When the time comes, no one will feel good about it. However, the possibility of both sides suffering heavy losses wasn't high. That's because the two sides were almost equal in strength. In this kind of situation where there was no absolute advantage, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Even if they won, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. This kind of method of harming others without benefiting oneself was simply something that only idiots would do. But Thomas had threatened Wang Songzhan in this way. Although Wang Songzhan did not think that Thomas would do this in his heart, because when he was forced into a corner, he did not think about mutual destruction with the Lancer family. However, it was hard to say for an old madman like Thomas. After all, Wang Songzhan could not see through Thomas's thoughts. He did not have special abilities, so he was not 100% sure that Thomas would not dare to make a move. So at this moment, Thomas's words made Wang Songzhan hesitate. He did not dare to gamble, and could not gamble. Now that the butterfly family had just climbed up to the Buffon family, it was a glorious moment. If the butterfly family's vitality was greatly damaged because of Thomas's matter, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Wang Songzhan thought that the butterfly family could climb up to the Buffon family by having a relationship with them. But in fact, if Yang Ming knew Wang Songzhan's thoughts, he would definitely find it funny. This was because old Buffon saw cooperating with the butterfly family as a way to please his master. The phone was on speakerphone, so Yang Ming could hear every word Thomas said clearly. Yang Ming also saw Wang Songzhan's hesitation. He smiled slightly and said directly, "Thomas, right? There's only one chance. I hope you can grasp it. If you're not willing to do it yourself, then there is no problem. I will help you take his head when the time comes. But I will say the ugly words first. If I do it myself, then it will not be your Lancer family's credit. You will still be disqualified from being the Buffon family's arms dealer." Wang Songzhan looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. Thomas obviously had the intention to fight to the death, but Yang Ming did not care at all and still threatened Thomas mercilessly. What does this mean? Could it be that Yang Ming already had the confidence to win? Wang Songzhan could not help but feel a little nervous when he thought of this. However, when he thought of Yang Ming's magical power that could actually persuade the Buffon family, he believed that it would not be a problem to deal with the Lancer family. Wang Songzhan was full of inexplicable confidence in Yang Ming when he thought of this. "Who are you?" Thomas suddenly heard Yang Ming's voice and was slightly stunned. He then asked very angrily, "Yang Ming, Butterfly Wang's fiancé." Yang Ming replied faintly, "Humph, bragging. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" Thomas was suddenly angry when he heard that the person who spoke was actually Yang Ming. "Wang Songzhan, your son-in-law is really well educated. He is also interrupting when the elders are talking." Before Wang Songzhan could speak, Yang Ming continued, "In my eyes, you are just a shitty elder. Uncle Wang, ignore this mad dog and hang up the phone. We don't have time to talk nonsense with him." "Okay." Wang Songzhan smiled at Yang Ming and said to Thomas, "Thomas, I have finished my request. Whether you can do it or not, you can think about it yourself. Okay, goodbye. You motherfucker." Wang Songzhan hung up the phone before Thomas finished speaking, leaving the flustered and exasperated Thomas to sit on the chair dispiritedly. Chapter 1433. Previously, he wanted to fight to the death with the Butterfly family. It was just a threat to make Wang Songzhan change his mind. Moreover, this trick did work. Wang Songzhan began to hesitate after hearing his words. But before Wang Songzhan hesitated to speak, he was interrupted by the person named Yang Ming. "This is so infuriating. This little bastard. Why didn't he speak earlier? Why did he have to speak at the most critical moment and ruin my entire plan all of a sudden?" In fact, Thomas really didn't dare to sacrifice the entire Lancer family for Good. Although it was true that Good was his biological grandson, a grandson was still a grandson, not a grandson. He was an outsider and a member of the Douglas family, not the Lancer family. Even if Thomas wanted to stand up for Good, he believed that the elders of the Lancer family would not agree. After all, this was not Thomas's own interest, but the interest of the entire family. Going against the Butterfly family would not benefit the entire Lancer family. The strength of both sides was equal. Although his family had a trump card that could compete with the assassins of the Butterfly family, who could guarantee that the Butterfly family did not have a hidden trump card? Once the Butterfly family also had a hidden trump card, it meant that the Butterfly family's strength was a little better than the Lancer family's. In this way, he dared not act rashly. If they really fought, the Lancer family might be the unlucky one in the end. In fact, when one reached the status of the Butterfly family and the Lancer family, one would generally not fight to the death with the opponent without absolute strength. This was because it would not promote the family's interests at all. Instead, the entire family would be involved. No one would be so stupid to make such a decision. Thomas wanted to bet on whether Wang Songzhan would be afraid before, but the result was ruined. How could this not make Thomas depressed? However, now that Wang Songzhan was very determined, how should he deal with it? Give up on Good? Thomas definitely did not want to do this. This was his most beloved grandson. Not only could he not help him take revenge, but he would also lose his life. How could he, as a grandfather, endure this? However, if they didn't give up on Good, the Lancer family would definitely decline and wither. Even if they found a new industry, it would take a long time to adapt, let alone become strong and powerful. In that case, the Lancer family was bound to be reduced to a second-rate family or even a third-rate family. But in any case, this was a big matter. Although Thomas was the family master of the Lancer family, he still had to discuss such a big matter with the family. In the Lancer family's conference room, Thomas sat at the head of the table with a gloomy face. The other core members of the family, including the two elders of his generation and several outstanding second-generation children, were also present. The news that the Buffon family had canceled the Lancer family's firearm supplier qualification had been spread by the servant who answered the phone. Whether it was true or not, everyone present knew the news. The management of the Lancer family was obviously not very strict, and the confidentiality of the servants was also very poor. Therefore, the content of this call was quickly known by these people in the family. I've called all of you here for an emergency meeting because I have something important to discuss with all of you. Thomas's expression was very bad. This matter would affect the fate of a Lancer family in the big picture. From the perspective of the family, it would be fine if he gave up on good, if he protected good. Even if the second-generation children of the family didn't say anything, the elders of his generation would definitely question him. At that time, he was afraid that his position as the family master would not be stable. Could it be that what he heard before was true? Everyone's face showed a dignified expression. Previously, everyone didn't quite believe it when they heard it. However, at this time, Thomas solemnly called everyone for a meeting. Especially after seeing Thomas's expression, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Seeing the expressions of everyone present, Thomas knew that the news had come. I believe that everyone has also heard some rumors. The Buffon family has canceled our Lancer family's firearms supplier qualification. Is it because of the Butterfly family? An old man with triangular eyes, sitting on Thomas's right, said gloomily. He was Thomas's elder brother, Slade, and also the eldest son of Thomas's father. Logically speaking, he should be the first successor of the Lancer family. However, because he was not a legitimate son, but a concubine's son, his mother was not the legal wife of Thomas's father, but a personal maid in the family. This identity was naturally not presentable, and Slade was destined not to inherit the family's heavy responsibility. However, Slade had always been unhappy with his younger brother. They were all sons of the same father. Even if his mother was not the legal wife, he was at least the eldest son. Why should Thomas inherit the family master's position? When Thomas's father was alive, Slade didn't dare to stand out too much. He only secretly made things difficult for Thomas. However, after his father passed away, Slade blatantly disagreed with Thomas. This time, with such a good opportunity, Slade naturally didn't forget to go against Thomas. Anyway, Slade had no hope of winning the family master's position now. He attacked Thomas again and again just to make him give up the position. Give it to his son, Kevithan. His son, Kevithan, was the most outstanding among the second-generation children. He was originally the most promising candidate for the family master's position. Slade was also very optimistic about his son. Originally, it was already a certainty that Kevithan would be the next family master's heir. This was because Thomas's son was simply useless. He was obviously a playboy. He mingled with some small celebrities all day long. He was proficient in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. He didn't care about the family's affairs. It was impossible for him to be a candidate for the family master's position. Thomas was also very disappointed with his son. However, Slade was very proud. He thought that although he didn't become the family master, his son was likely to become the next family master. Whenever he thought of this, Slade was very gratified. However, this situation continued until Thomas's grandson, which suddenly emerged and became the leader of the third generation of the family. He had already faintly surpassed Kevithan's limelight in the past. This made Slade suddenly feel a sense of crisis, not because of anything else, but because Thomas was really too good at living, and his son, Kevithan, was too old. He was more than 10 years older than Thomas, and Kevithan was his first son when he was 20 years old. In other words, Thomas was only 5 or 6 years older than Kevithan. That was all. He originally thought that after Thomas died, Kevithan would take over, but now it seemed that Thomas's body was very strong. It was still unknown who would die in front of him. If he had this idea, he was afraid that Kevithan would be disappointed. Therefore, in order to let Kevithan succeed, Slade only had one way. That was to continuously attack Thomas and force Thomas to give up the position under circumstances where he had no choice. Only in this way could Kevithan succeed. Otherwise, once Kevithan's body couldn't take it anymore, Thomas would definitely pass the family master's position to Witch directly. That would really be a hopeless situation. Therefore, Slade keenly seized this opportunity. Although he had the opportunity to attack Thomas in the past, he couldn't shake Thomas's foundation. Chapter 1434. No matter what, Slade could only satisfy his mouth previously. But this time, Thomas would not be able to get away so easily. He would either have to give up the family master's position or give up good. It would depend on his choice. Thinking of this, a sinister smile suddenly flashed across Slade's chrysanthemum-like old face. This was an absolutely good opportunity. If this opportunity had come a little later, which would have already become popular. At that time, even if Thomas gave up his position, the family master's position would inevitably fall to Thomas's grandson, which was still young. Although he had begun to show his talents, he was still slightly inferior to Slade's son, Kevithan, who was more mature. Therefore, there was an 80% chance that the family master's position would fall to Kevithan. Therefore, before anyone else spoke, Slade didn't mind firing the first shot and directly pointed the spearhead at Thomas. Although it was just a simple question and there was no obvious intention to go against Thomas, everyone knew what Slade was thinking. If you ask if this matter was caused by the butterfly family, isn't it obvious that you are complaining about Thomas for provoking the butterfly family and implicating the Lancer family because of his grandson? Thomas's expression changed slightly in the face of Slade's hidden question. He had long known that Slade was dissatisfied with him. But the family had reached the most dangerous moment at this moment. This old guy was still thinking about internal strife. Really, big brother, this matter was indeed caused by the butterfly family. Thomas didn't deny it because it was useless to deny this kind of thing. Everyone knew the reason, so there was no need for Thomas to explain or deny it. It is indeed the butterfly family. I say, second brother, I think this matter has nothing to do with our Lancer family at all. It is obviously a dispute between the Douglas family and the butterfly family. Why are we pretending to be big wolves? What does this matter have to do with us? Slade. Thomas's face immediately turned ashen. He called Slade directly by his name instead of Big Brother. He was very angry. At this time, Slade didn't forget to attack him. The main problem now is how to solve the current difficulties the family is facing. What's the point of mentioning these things? Why are you mentioning them? I just want to say that if it weren't for good, would our Lancer family face the current predicament? Isn't this all because of good? Slade snorted coldly. There is a problem now, but he is fine. Is it reasonable for the Lancer family to face it? Slade, Good is your niece's son and your closest relative. How is he not related to our Lancer family? Thomas was furious after hearing Slade's words. How can you be so heartless? I'm heartless. Slade shrugged. Is Good surname Lance? His surname is Douglas. If the Douglas family doesn't stand up for him, why should the Lancer family stand up for him? What kind of logic is this? As soon as Slade said that, everyone fell silent. Even Thomas, who had been hooting earlier, shut his mouth. What Slade said was right. Why should the Lancer family stand up for something that the Douglas family didn't? What kind of logic was this? Thomas knew that he was in the wrong in this matter. It was futile to argue because he had indeed stood up for Good, resulting in the current situation. However, everyone had their own ulterior motives. For example, his third brother, Lecroft, who had never spoken. This guy wasn't a good person either. He was more than 20 years younger than Thomas and was also one of the strong candidates for the family master. However, Lecroft usually didn't reveal anything and had always shown an aloof attitude, so everyone ignored him. This was also the reason why Slade didn't take him seriously. In Slade's opinion, Lecroft had no intention of competing for the family master position. He was just a carefree elder and didn't want to get involved in the family's disputes at all. That was why he regarded his son Kevithan's only competitor as Witch. However, Thomas knew that it wasn't that Lecroft didn't want to compete, but he knew that his situation was weaker than Thomas and Slade. He was born later. After he became an adult, Thomas and Slade had already established themselves in the family and controlled many of the family's elders to form their own faction. Therefore, Lecroft's rash participation in the battle would only make these two guys more wary of him, making it more difficult for him to succeed. There was one time when the three brothers went to visit their late father's grave. In front of their father's tombstone, Lecroft muttered behind Thomas and Slade's back. This allowed Thomas to discover a shocking secret. It turned out that it wasn't that Leckroft didn't want to compete for the family master position. He was complaining about why he was born a few years later and why his father left him too little foundation. He passed away before his wings were fully grown. Thomas was secretly shocked. It seemed that he had underestimated this third brother before. Thus, from then on, Thomas began to secretly be on guard against him. Under this vigilance, he discovered many small hidden arrows from Leckroft. Thomas was very glad that he had discovered this big secret. Otherwise, he would have unknowingly fallen into Leckroft's trap. Perhaps Leckroft also realized that this was an opportunity, a good opportunity to overthrow Thomas. He had to let himself hit the nail on the head in order to smoothly take over the position of patriarch before Kevithan. Otherwise, when Thomas and Slade were on guard against him, it would be even more difficult to achieve his goal. Therefore, Leckroft had been enduring until this opportunity appeared. Leckroft also realized that this opportunity was not to be missed, so he decisively joined the battle and began to attack Thomas, second brother. I think what Big Brother said is right. This is obviously the Douglas family's matter. Why is our Lancer family interfering? Is our Lancer family too comfortable, so we have nothing better to do? Leckroft had always maintained a neutral position in family meetings, as if the things around him had nothing to do with him. But this time, what made Slade feel strange was that Leckroft actually stood on his side and attacked Thomas with him. Slade couldn't help but be overjoyed when he thought of this. He didn't think much about it. In his opinion, Leckroft didn't want to participate in the family struggle. And this time, he was obviously extremely dissatisfied with Thomas's approach. So he spoke up. After all, Leckroft was also a member of the Lancer family. The fate of the Lancer family was closely related to him. Now that the Lancer family was in danger, it was naturally impossible for Leckroft to not speak up. Thomas also didn't expect that Leckroft would choose to oppose him at this time. He was a little annoyed and scolded in his heart. You finally couldn't hold it in after so long, but you are still too inexperienced. How can you be Slade's opponent? You can only be cannon fodder at this time. In the end, the one who reaps the benefits is that old guy Slade. Well, no matter what, this matter was indeed caused by me. But now is not the time for us to blame anyone. Let's work together to get through this crisis first, right? Thomas said with a sullen face. If we don't get through this, then our Lancer family will be finished. What's the use of saying this? Thomas's words made Slade and Leckroft alert. Indeed, the urgent matter was to solve the problem in front of them, not attack Thomas. It would not be too late to attack this old guy after the problem was solved. Oomph. Slade snorted coldly. Although the urgent matter is to solve the problem in front of us, I think we still need to quickly discuss and confirm the next family master candidate after the problem is solved. Some people are too arrogant and underestimate their opponents. If this continues, the Lancer family will be ruined sooner or later. Indeed, I agree with Big Brother's words. Leckroft was waiting for this sentence, so he quickly seconded. Underestimating their opponents? Thomas was angry when he heard this word. The Butterfly family is pretending to be weak. They obviously have a good relationship with the Buffon family, but they pretended to be weak. Isn't this a trap? You said that you have such good resources. Why don't you directly buy firearms from the Buffon family? Why are you looking for our Lancer family? Isn't this intentional? Although Slade and Leckroft knew that Thomas was telling the truth, what was the Butterfly family playing at? It was a trap. However, the two of them were aiming to attack Thomas. Even if they agreed, they couldn't say it out loud. Chapter 1435. If you didn't provoke the Butterfly family first, they wouldn't be able to eat us even if they pretended to be weak. Slade snorted, but it's good that everyone understands these words. Now let's talk about how to solve the problem. Thomas couldn't help but be furious after hearing Slade's words. What do you mean it's good that everyone understands? Aren't you saying that I'm not suitable to be the family master? People make mistakes and horses stumble. What's the matter with you grabbing onto someone else's weak point? Since the Butterfly family is like this, they must want to achieve their goal of revenge. Should we ask them what their conditions are? Leckroft said. He also understood that the blow to Thomas was enough. After this incident, Thomas's position as the family master was in jeopardy. It would be fine if this incident was resolved peacefully, but if the Lancer family suffered a huge loss, then Thomas could only wait to abdicate his position. Yes, as long as we make a little sacrifice, I believe that the Butterfly family will not hold on to us. After all, we can't fight to the death with them. Slade said firmly. Who said that we can't fight to the death? It would have been fine if the Butterfly family's conditions were not mentioned. Thomas was furious when the Butterfly family's conditions were mentioned. These conditions were simply too much. Thomas even had the impulse to fight to the death with the Butterfly family. Thomas, you really don't feel the pain of speaking while standing. After listening to Thomas's words, Slade couldn't help but look at him angrily. Don't forget that the Lancer family is not your family alone, but our family. Do you want to ignore the interests of the entire family? Fight to the death with the Butterfly family because of a little personal grudge? A little personal grudge? Thomas's eyes also became bloodshot. Do you know what the Butterfly family asked for? Do you know what they have to do to stop? Oh, Slade sneered and said, I don't know. I'd like to hear the details. That bastard Wang Songzhan said that I can stop, but I have to offer Good's head. This is the only condition, nothing else. Thomas roared. The reason why he said this at this time was to let Slade and Leckroft know that he didn't have to fight to the death with the Butterfly family, but that the Butterfly family was too much. In any case, both Slade and Leckroft were Good's granduncles. Both of them would not sit idly by when they heard that Good's life was in danger. As long as the three of them reached a consensus, then things would be easy. The so-called fight to the death with the Butterfly family was just an excuse to scare people. This was because Thomas was certain that the Butterfly family wouldn't dare to fight to the death with him. Once the Butterfly family would be to the death, the Butterfly family would definitely take the initiative to compromise. This was because compared to the Lancer family, the Butterfly family was like a precious porcelain. At this moment, they were thriving. It was impossible to go head-to-head with the Lancer family. This was contrary to the development direction of the Butterfly family. As long as the Butterfly family to the death to the family to the death, the Butterfly family that T's a family. The Lancer family's crisis would naturally be resolved. However, Thomas's wishful thinking was good, but Slade and Leckroft didn't have the same thoughts as him. Not only were they not angry when they heard that the Butterfly family wanted Good's life, they began to gloat instead. Slade and Leckroft both thought, this is great. Let's see how you, Thomas, make your choice. If you sacrifice Good, then we might have made a fuss for nothing this time. It seems that the family master's position can't be easily shaken. But if you protect Good and sacrifice the Lancer family's interests, then fine. In that case, we don't have to wait for the matter to be resolved. We will abolish your position as the family master now. This was because there was such a rule in the Lancer family. If the family master's actions were contrary to the family's interests and could cause great losses to the family, then the elders had the right to abolish the family master and appoint a wise new family master if the family master did not listen to the advice of the other elders and insisted on doing things his own way. Therefore, since there was this family rule, Slade and Leckroft were thinking about how to make use of this situation instead of Good's life. What a joke. He's just a grandnephew. His surname is Douglas and not Lancer. If he dies, then he dies. What's there to be angry about? If it weren't for this bastard, the Lancer family wouldn't have fallen to this point. In that case, Thomas, you must have made a decision, right? Slade asked again in a gloomy tone. Yes. Thomas nodded and said resolutely. At this time, we can't compromise. The three of us must work together and confront the Butterfly family to the end. Confront? When did we agree to confront the Butterfly family to the end? Slade suddenly interrupted Thomas. Aren't you courting death? You know that there's a gap between us and the Butterfly family, yet you still insist? If we don't confront them, do we have to agree to the Butterfly family's unreasonable request? Thomas faintly felt that something was wrong when Slade opened his mouth. Slade didn't seem to support his suggestion at all. Yes, that's right. Then, When will we give Good's head to the butterfly family? Leckroft also spoke. Let this matter pass quickly. The Lancer family can't afford to be tossed around. It's really an eventful time. Third brother, you. Thomas widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that his third brother was so ruthless and didn't care about Good's life or death. What about you? Slade waved his hand and said, Thomas, I think third brother is right. What's wrong with sacrificing a few people for the family's righteousness? What's more, Good is an outsider. If we didn't stand up for him, will we have fallen to this point? Therefore, sacrificing him this time is also a lesson for him. It's also good for him to not be so arrogant in his next life. Next life? Good for him? Thomas was so angry that his blood surged. He almost rolled his eyes. What next life? Isn't this bullshit? What's the use of having benefits in next life? I think it's decided. Second brother, if you don't want to do it, just leave it to me. Or you can directly send him to the butterfly family. They can do whatever they want with him, Leckroft said casually. You Leckroft, what do you mean? Thomas was furious when he heard that his two brothers were determined to use Good as a scapegoat. He pointed at Leckroft and said loudly, I'm telling you, I'm protecting Good. You? Slade snorted coldly. Thomas, since you don't care about the family's interests and insist on doing things your own way, then I, as the first elder of the Lancer family, announce that Thomas is temporarily relieved of his position as the family master. Third brother, and I will temporarily be in charge of the family's affairs until you change your mind or choose the next family master. What? You want to abolish my position as the family master? Thomas finally understood what Slade and Leckroft meant. They were using Good's matter to force him. If he protected Good, then he would have to give up his position as the family master. Thomas was really sad. The family had already reached this point, but these people were still thinking about internal strife. How could they oust him from the position of the family master? Can't these people be united for once? But why didn't Thomas think about it? If he hadn't insisted on protecting Good and occupied the position of the family master, how could his elder brother and younger brother fight with him openly and secretly at all costs? Chapter 1436. I'm the chief elder of the family. Naturally, I have this right. Slade snorted. If I give up the position of the family master, can you guarantee Good's safety? Thomas sighed and asked helplessly. This? Slade and Leckroft didn't dare to agree to Thomas's request. After all, no matter who became the family master, it was impossible to go against the butterfly family for Good. As a result, the position of the patriarch had become a hot potato. Who would be able to sit still in that position? Oof, such heartless people. How can the two of you be fit to be patriarchs? Thomas sneered at Slade and Leckroft. At this moment, he didn't care at all and didn't hesitate to fall out with the two brothers. You deserve it? That's good. You can protect Good, but you can't let the Lancer family suffer any losses. Leckroft sneered and said, If you have such ability, we will definitely support you to be the family master. You. Thomas was furious. He knew that what Leckroft said was impossible. How could the current butterfly family be easy to deal with? If he wanted to protect Good, he would have to suffer the Buffon family's revenge. He was determined not to continue the arms business. Our Lancer family has earned enough money over the years. Even if we don't do the arms business, we can still do other businesses. Other businesses? You make it sound so easy. What could be more profitable than selling arms? Slade sneered. Don't tell me it's selling drugs. Our family is a legitimate family. We don't do illegal things. Thomas was choked by Slade's words, and his face turned red. Now, the technology industry is also very profitable. The profit is not lower than the arms business. We can enter the technology industry. Second brother Thomas, you make it sound so easy, don't you think? Technology industry? Do you think that our Lancer family has been engaged in this industry? Do we have the ability to enter the technology industry? Leckroft said sarcastically, We don't have any high-tech foundation. If we enter this industry rashly, we will die very quickly. In this world, there are more than one or two families that are richer than us. Who doesn't know that high-tech makes money? But how many would dare to enter this industry? Thomas also knew that Leckroft was telling the truth. He sighed slightly, but he was unwilling to give up on Good. After all, Good was his only grandson, especially after his daughter died in childbirth. He poured his love for his daughter onto Good. In other words, he would rather fight to the death with the butterfly family or give up the position of the family master than hurt Good. Thinking of this, Thomas let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the two brothers who were fighting for the position of patriarch with him, he felt really tired. It was really a case of not being in the position and not scheming. Could it be that these two fellows thought that being the patriarch of a family was so easy? I'll say this now. Between the two of you, ask yourself who can protect Good from harm. I'd rather give up the position of family head. Thomas gave up the position of family head after thinking it through. Since there was nothing to worry about, let them fight it out. Thomas's idea could be said to be extremely tempting. Although Slade, as the chief elder of the family, had the right to abolish Thomas's position of family head according to the ancestral teachings, Slade actually knew that this was just an ancestral teaching. It seemed to have a lot of power, but it was actually very difficult to implement it. In the current Lancer family, Thomas had the most people and was the strongest. Although Slade, as the chief elder, also had some direct descendants, they were much worse than Thomas. After all, Thomas was the family head. If Thomas could take the initiative to give up the position, it would save a lot of trouble, so Slade couldn't help but be tempted. Not only was Slade tempted, but Leckroft was also very tempted. The two old men looked at each other and saw the burning desire in each other's eyes. Leckroft had long known that Slade coveted the position of family head, so he didn't feel anything strange. Instead, it was Slade's first time seeing that his third brother also wanted to compete for the position of family head. He was destined to be a person who didn't know his place. Slade suddenly had a sense of fear. In fact, Leckroft competing for the position of family head was more legitimate than his own son. After all, Leckroft was the son of the previous family head, like himself and Thomas. However, Leckroft's only advantage was that he was still young. He was in his middle age and was at the prime of his life. He was only a few years older than his son, Kevithan. If they really competed, he would be more competitive than Kevithan. Slade couldn't help but have a headache when he thought of this. This was really a mistake of his. He originally thought that Leckroft stood on his side because he couldn't stand Thomas, but he didn't expect this kid to have disloyal thoughts long ago. He had been enduring and waiting for the right opportunity, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. Thomas took the initiative to give up the position, not others usurping it. This meant that everyone had a chance. As long as they could protect Good, they could become the new family head of the Lancer family. However, the price of protecting Good was to let the Lancer family decline. Who would dare to bear this responsibility? Therefore, it was precisely because of this that Slade and Leckroft were full of scruples in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No one dared to speak first. At this time, if there was no foolproof way to not only protect Good, but also prevent the Lancer family from continuing to decline, who would dare to speak up and accept the position of the family head? Otherwise, once this person agreed, he would inevitably become a sinner of the family and become the target of others' attacks. Even if he temporarily became the family head, it would not be stable. Sooner or later, he would be dragged down by others. Thomas had an indescribable sense of satisfaction when he saw Slade and Leckroft being cautious and no one daring to speak first. Aren't you guys snatching? Why aren't you snatching this time? Just when Slade and Leckroft didn't dare to speak, a voice sounded in the conference room. Can I become a new family head as long as I protect Good? The people present had different expressions after hearing this sentence because the person who spoke was the leader of the second generation of the family, Kevithan, Slade's son. Originally, in the family meeting, although the leaders of the second and third generation were eligible to attend, they rarely spoke because the current family meeting was still the main battlefield of the family head and the two elders. They had no right to participate. However, Kevithan suddenly spoke in such an important meeting and wanted to fight for the family head's position. Everyone suddenly looked like they were watching a good show, especially the people in Leckroft's faction. They all looked at Kevithan as if they were looking at a fool. Leckroft was also secretly delighted in his heart. This Kevithan was his archenemy. Now that he had taken a lead, even if he won the family head's position, it would only be temporary. When the time comes, wouldn't he have to abdicate when the family goes downhill? Slade, on the other hand, was shocked. Looking at his son who suddenly stood up at this time, his heart was filled with hatred. He sighed in his heart. My son still lacks patience and finally can't help it. However, even if he won the family head's position at this time, what can he do? Now, this was a position where one's buttocks were roasted. Whoever sat on it would not have a good ending. He looked at his son with some resentment, but he suddenly found that Kevithan nodded to him confidently. This made Slade feel a little strange. The previous complaints about his son also turned into doubts. Yes, logically speaking, my son is not a reckless person. What is his intention to stand up at this moment? Could it be that he has his own plans? However, even if he has his own plans, this is definitely not a good opportunity to stand up. As a result, Leckroft and Witch are benefiting. But at this moment, Kevithan had already spoken. Even if Slade disagreed, it would be useless. Stop Kevithan at this time? I'm afraid it's too late. Chapter 1437. Yes, I've already said that the family master's position will belong to whoever can protect good. Thomas looked at Kevithan with interest. Since you're willing to take over the position of patriarch, that's fine as long as you can protect good. As for whether you'll be pushed down by others, that's not my problem anymore. Nephew Kevithan, have you thought it through? Are you going to disregard the interests of the Lancer family in order to protect good? Our Lancer family will decline if we lose the qualification to sell firearms. Although the family master's position was currently a hot potato, Leckroft did not want it to fall into the hands of others. After thinking about it, not only should he not gloat, but he should also stop it. After all, Kevithan was Slade's son, and Slade's power in the family was not small. Once the fact that Kevithan became the family master was confirmed, it would be difficult for him to snatch it from Kevithan's hands. He, no matter what, good as my nephew. How can I ignore his life and death? Kevithan looked at Leckroft righteously. I'm not like some people who can ignore the lives of their relatives. Oh, so, nephew Kevithan, you mean that you could destroy the interests of the entire family for good? Leckroft seized the opportunity to mock. When did I say that I would ignore the interests of the family? Kevithan smiled and shrugged. Did I say that? Who here heard it? The people present looked at each other after listening to Kevithan's words. Yes, you didn't say it, but what's the difference whether you said it or not? If you insist on protecting good, you will definitely offend the Butterfly family, and there will be no room to maneuver with the Buffon family. The decline of the Lancer family will become inevitable if they lose the qualification to sell firearms. Won't our Lancer family decline if we lose the support of the Buffon family? Leckroft snorted and asked, if it is only to protect good, then any one of us can do it. The key question is, who can guarantee that the Lancer family will not decline after protecting good? I can, Kevithan said firmly as soon as Leckroft's voice fell. You? Leckroft's eyes widened. He looked at Kevithan as if he was looking at a fool. Who would dare to say such big words? Who would dare to say anything? Not only Leckroft, but even Thomas and several other important members of the family looked at Kevithan in bewilderment. They didn't know why Kevithan would say such a thing. However, after hearing Kevithan's words, the only one who wasn't surprised or doubtful was Slade. Only after hearing Kevithan's words did Slade feel relieved. If he didn't have absolute certainty, Kevithan wouldn't have said such a thing. This was because saying such a thing was equivalent to making a guarantee. If Kevithan allowed the family to decline after protecting good, then Kevithan's position as the patriarch wouldn't be stable. Moreover, after abdicating, he was destined to have no chance with the patriarch's position. I have a cousin. Everyone is very clear about this, right? Kevithan slowly opened his mouth. Cousin? What cousin? Lekroff just wanted to say something sarcastic, but he suddenly paused when he heard the words coming out of his mouth, because he thought of something. His expression suddenly became panicked. "You mean your cousin Jetson?" "Yes, it's really him." Kevithin nodded. "He is working for Dr. Benjamin. If we can get 1 or 2 technological inventions from him, it is enough to make our Lancer family join the ranks of the world-class high-tech companies." Kevithin's words made everyone present panic. To be exact, it was fear. Kevithin's cousin. Everyone in the Jetson family knew this name. This person who played with Kevithin when he was a child had a very good relationship with Kevithin. However, 3 years ago, Jetson suffered from a strange disease and was about to die. Just as the doctor announced that everyone should prepare for his funeral, 3 uninvited guests suddenly came to the hospital. An old man in his 60s with 2 young male and female assistants in their 30s. The old man claimed to be called Benjamin. He came from an organization called Central and was a doctor of science and technology. His purpose for coming here was very simple. He claimed to be able to save Jetson, but as a condition, Jetson needed to work for him in the future. Originally, Jetson couldn't make it. If Dr. Benjamin didn't appear, he definitely wouldn't have lived for more than a month. Therefore, Jetson's family agreed to Dr. Benjamin's conditions. So, Jetson was taken away by Benjamin. In the following year, there was no news of him. Just when everyone thought that Jetson couldn't be alive in this world, Jetson appeared. Jetson came to visit Kevithin. However, when he came this time, Kevithin didn't look like he was sick at all. Not only was he exceptionally strong, but his whole body also revealed an indescribable domineering aura. When Jetson was seriously ill, Kevithin had worked hard to take care of him in the hospital, which made Jetson very moved. Although they were childhood playmates, how many people could have such intentions, especially when he was about to die? Therefore, Jetson remembered this friendship in his heart and always wanted to repay Kevithin when he had the chance. The entire Lancer family was shocked by Jetson's recovery. They didn't understand how this Dr. Benjamin could make a dying person become so strong in just a year. The Lancer family only paid attention to the institution Central. After inquiring in the upper class, they found out that this Central was not unfamiliar, but a transcendental institution. Many big families of rich families had more or less connections with this institution. The research direction of this institution was the development of a human body's potential. It belonged to the level of scientific research that defied the natural order. It was especially experienced in organ transplantation. Therefore, if some important figures of big families were to get Central to lend a helping hand when they were sick, then everything would be peaceful. Of course, this Central did not belong to the official forces, but was a terrorist organization similar to a criminal. Not only did they research the potential of the human body, but they also dabbled in many technologies. This kind of terrifying existence immediately attracted the attention of the Lancer family. Unfortunately, Jetson was not very interested in the other members of the Lancer family, except for showing kindness to Kevithin. After all, although the Lancer family was very big, it was still more than 1 level lower than the real top families. Therefore, the Lancer family was not in the eyes of Central at all. At this moment, the members of the Lancer family did not doubt that Jetson would not contribute, because his friendship with Kevithin was obvious to all. If Kevithin really became the family master, then the Lancer family would not decline, but might become even stronger. After being associated with Central, not only would the Butterfly family not dare to underestimate the Lancer family, even the Buffon family would give them some face. After all, Central was an organization with a transcendental existence. I support Kevithin as the new family master of our Lancer family. Slade spoke first. Of course, as Kevithin's father, it was normal to support Kevithin. I also support. Thomas hesitated and also spoke. Although he gave up the family master position, he was still a member of the Lancer family. If Kevithin could lead the Lancer family to glory, he would also be very pleased. The most important thing was that as long as they were associated with Central, it would be really easy to protect good. Not only would they protect good, but as long as Jetson supported them, it would not be a problem to turn the tables on the butterfly family. Leckroff sighed. At this moment, he finally knew that his momentum was gone. Kevithan had a cousin who worked in Central. He wasn't his opponent at all. He couldn't snatch the position of the family head from Kevithan. Even if he wanted to snatch it, the other members of the Lancer family would not agree. Chapter 1438. I also agree. Leckroff said helplessly. Even the current family master agreed. What else could Leckroff say? Kevithan seemed to have expected this result long ago. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He cleared his throat and said, "Since everyone trusts me so much, they would be impolite for me to refuse." Leckroff was better off. He knew that his power was not as big as Slade's. Now that Kevithan had the support of the family master, Leckroff still had some self-awareness. However, the one who was most upset was Thomas's grandson, which he had long been selected as the new family master of the family. But now his uncle had taken the lead. His dream of being the family master for many years was shattered at this moment, which was very clear. From now on, he had no chance to be the family master. Even if Kevithan stepped down from the family master position, the next family master would be one of Kevithan's sons. There were the few cousins that he had looked down on the most. He had also used his identity as the first successor to bully and ridicule them many times. But from now on, which knew that his identity would be exchanged with those people, and he would become the object of ridicule. Thinking of this, Witch's heart was full of deep dissatisfaction, so much so that he also hated good. If it weren't for him, would the Lancer family be implicated? Would he be implicated? But he had no right to speak. How could he change the things that his grandfather had already decided? He could only stare fiercely at Kevithan, the uncle who had robbed him of the family master position, which understood that this was also the last time he would participate in the family's decision-making meeting. In the future, no matter how outstanding he would not be able to appear in this meeting again. Just because he was the grandson of the former family master, the new family master Kevithan would never allow him to appear in this family master's meeting. In the butterfly family's Wang Songshan study, Yang Ming looked at Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui with a smile. "How is it, Uncle Wang? This time, you should agree to my cancellation of the engagement, right? Senior Wang Ruoshui, you won't invite me to compete again, right?" Originally, Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui were very excited about the Lancer family surrender. They were thinking about how to celebrate, but when they suddenly heard Yang Ming's words, their faces suddenly showed a wonderful expression. "You really want to break off the engagement?" Wang Ruoshui already knew about the matter between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. She knew about the misunderstanding between the two of them. She also knew that all this was done by the two old guys, Wang Songshan and Fang Tian, behind Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan's backs. So, she felt a little strange when she heard that Yang Ming still insisted on breaking off the engagement. That's right. Why else would I spend so much effort to help you? Yang Ming blinked his eyes. Could it be that the two of them were unwilling to break off the engagement after seeing how powerful he was? If that was the case, he would have overreached himself. Strenuous? Wang Songshan rolled his eyes. He didn't see how much effort Yang Ming had put in. It was nothing more than a phone call, and everything was settled. Moreover, his tone was quite arrogant. It didn't seem like he was asking for help, but more like he was ordering people. How was this laborious? This was clearly a piece of cake. No, it should be a piece of cake. He didn't even raise his hand. Yeah, I also have to pay a certain price. Yang Ming pretended to sigh sadly. Do you think that the Buffon family's people will listen to me just by casually greeting them? Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui couldn't help but look at each other after listening to Yang Ming's words. Indeed, what kind of existence was the Buffon family? How could they make such a big reaction after listening to Yang Ming's words? No one would believe that Yang Ming didn't pay a considerable price, unless Yang Ming was a more powerful existence. But neither of them found anything special about Yang Ming. In fact, Yang Ming's biggest source of strength was Fang Tian. Yang Ming could take over the Charles family because of Fong Tian's name. If he wasn't Fong Tian's apprentice, old Charles would definitely not easily rely on Yang Ming with his shrewdness. Therefore, when Yang Ming said this, Wang Songzhan and Wang Ruoshui understood a lot in their hearts. Sure enough, Yang Ming had paid a certain price. The reason why Yang Ming said this was because he guessed that Wang Songzhan and Wang Ruoshui didn't want to break off the engagement after seeing his great ability. Therefore, he expressed that it wasn't because he had great ability, but because he had paid a price. Moreover, Yang Ming didn't lie to them because Yang Ming did pay a price. Old Buffon came to the butterfly family to look for him. How could he let him go for nothing? Of course, he had to teach him some new cultivation techniques, so it could be considered a sacrifice. Okay, but before breaking off the engagement, you should meet my daughter. At least we can part on good terms. Wang Songzhan felt a little sad for Yang Ming. He had paid so much, but in the end, he found out that he couldn't break off the engagement. He believed that only he could feel how depressed he was. Let's meet. All right then, Yang Ming said in his heart. According to the originally agreed process, both parties had to meet before breaking off the engagement. Then, they would announce to the public that it was due to the incompatibility of their personalities after meeting, and it wasn't a decision made by one party. Then let's do it tonight. There's no time to lose. I'll make arrangements. Wang Songzhan sighed, but a smile flashed in his eyes. He also thought of how mischievous Yang Ming would be when he met Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming also keenly felt that Wang Songzhan and Wang Ruoshui seemed to be a little abnormal, but he didn't find anything else wrong. Yang Ming just thought that they felt pity for breaking off the engagement, but he didn't think much about it. Yin Yin, meet with your fiancé tonight to discuss breaking off the engagement. Wang Songzhan waited for Yang Ming to leave. Then he came to Wang Xiaoyan's room. Because the family's matter had been resolved, Wang Songzhan had nothing to do, and the smile on his face increased. Oh, Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. Has the family's matter been resolved? This matter isn't urgent, right? After Wang Songzhan told Wang Xiaoyan about the butterfly family situation, Wang Xiaoyan was also very worried about the family's matter. When she returned to the room, she was thinking about whether to call Yang Ming. In Wang Xiaoyan's opinion, only Yang Ming could solve this matter. Although she also knew old Buffon, she was only a master's wife after all. The strength of her words was not as good as Yang Ming's. It would be better for Yang Ming to call old Buffon personally. She didn't stay in the room for long before her father came to the door to talk about breaking off the engagement. This made Wang Xiaoyan feel a little embarrassed. If it were at other times, Wang Xiaoyan would naturally be anxious to settle the matter of breaking off the engagement quickly. After all, she was also anxious to return to China. But now, with the family crisis in front of her, how could Wang Xiaoyan still have the mood to think about breaking off the engagement? Even if she was not sensible, it was impossible for her to take care of her own affairs at this time. The family's matter has been resolved. Wang Songzhan smiled easily. It was just resolved. It's fine now. Resolved? So fast. Wang Xiaoyan was a little surprised after hearing her father's words. The Lancer family compromised so quickly? What price did we pay? We didn't pay any price, and the Lancer family suffered a big loss instead. Wang Songzhan couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this matter. Thomas, this old bastard, got caught in his own trap this time. He told me that the firearms quota was reduced by the factory. This is great. His dream came true. Not only did it come true, but he also overfulfilled his dream. Dream come true? What do you mean? Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. She didn't quite understand the meaning of her father's words. The Lancer family superior supplier is the Buffon family, and the Buffon family has canceled the Lancer family's firearms dealer qualification this time. Wang Songzhan smiled. This is a big joke. Thomas is probably regretting his jinxed mouth. The Buffon family. Wang Xiaoyan's eyes were full of disbelief and shock after hearing this name. How could it be so coincidental? The Lancer family superior supplier is actually the Buffon family? Then how did father get the Buffon family to help the butterfly family? Yeah, Our family's firearms will be directly supplied by the Buffon family in the future. Wang Songzhan said proudly. Not only is the price much cheaper than before, but the quantity has also increased a lot. The only unlucky one is Thomas. Dad, as far as I know, our butterfly family has never been in contact with the Buffon family before, right? Wang Xiaoyan asked curiously. So, how did you get in touch with the Buffon family? And how did you get them to help us? Chapter 1439. Wang Xiaoyan knew the Buffon family style of doing things very well. This kind of big family would not do anything without benefits. They would not do anything that was not beneficial to the family. Moreover, the butterfly family had never cooperated or contacted the Buffon family. Why would it help her family? Although old Buffon was respectful to Yang Ming and her and listened to everything they said, that was because he respected his teacher. It was absolutely impossible for old Buffon to treat others the same way. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan was very surprised that the Buffon family could lend a helping hand at this moment. Actually this time, it was all thanks to your fiancé. Wang Songzhan laughed. I didn't expect him to be so capable that he could actually ask the Buffon family for help. This time, it was all thanks to him that our butterfly family got through this difficult time. That fiancé. Wang Xiaoyan frowned after hearing her father's words. The apprentice of the king of assassins? He solved it? Wang Xiaoyan was extremely unhappy about this news. There was no other reason. In Wang Xiaoyan's opinion, this matter could only be solved by Yang Ming. This could also show Yang Ming's strength, show his face in the butterfly family, and let her father see Yang Ming in a new light. However, she did not expect that the limelight would be stolen by that so-called fiancé. How could this not make Wang Xiaoyan angry? Wang Xiaoyan did not care that the fiancé was the hero who solved the problem for her family. She had already begun to curse in her heart. This person is so annoying. Why can't you just cancel the engagement if you want to? Why are you so nosy? Do I need you to care? If she had known that the supplier behind the Lancer family was the Buffon family, Wang Xiaoyan would have been more confident in solving this matter. How would it be the fiancé's turn to come forward? Wang Xiaoyan's tone was a little unfriendly. He can actually solve it. Yes, so, Yin, I think he is good. It is a pity to cancel the engagement with such a capable young man. Why don't you consider it again? Wang Songzhan touched the beard on his chin and asked with a smile. Consider what? Wang Xiaoyan said unhappily. Dad, didn't I say? Yang Ming can solve it. Why do you look for others? You owe them a favor for no reason. Wang Songzhan said in his heart, at this moment, I finally believe that what you said about Yang Ming being able to solve it is true, because this matter was really solved by Yang Ming. Of course, Wang Songzhan could only think about it. After all, he has good intentions. Wang Songzhan said awkwardly, when you meet at night, you have to have a better attitude. Don't offend them. Wang Xiaoyan snorted with some displeasure. It is clearly a matter that your own family can solve, but you have to rely on an outsider. Want to be awkward when you meet. Ugh, that Yang Ming is not considered a family member. Wang Songzhan laughed dryly. Moreover, it has already been solved. We should thank him. Wang Xiaoyan sighed. Although she complained, she also knew that her father was telling the truth. It was a good thing that someone helped to solve the problem. If there was no Yang Ming as a trump card, then the butterfly family would really be grateful. Therefore, after thinking this through, Wang Xiaoyan had no choice but to thank him when they met at night. Wang Xiaoyan felt that this thank you was really a waste of money. She could obviously solve it herself, but she had to thank others. Well, I will thank him. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. However, the next time there is such a thing, just look for Yang Ming. Don't owe other people anymore. Okay, I know. Wang Songzhan smiled helplessly. You child, you haven't married him yet, but you are already speaking for him. Wang Xiaoyan blushed and said, What? I just feel that there is no need to trouble others if you can solve it yourself. Wang Songzhan walked out of Wang Xiaoyan's room. His two shoulders shook up and down, and he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. They are obviously the same person. Why is there need to distinguish so clearly? Yin Yin will probably understand everything when she meets Yang Ming at night. Early this morning, Bao Sanli drove Jing Xiaolu straight to the city police station. He had already made an appointment with Chun Fei to bring the contract to do the judicial fingerprint identification. For this matter, Chun Fei was duty-bound to do his best to help. Chun Fei already knew about this company. Yang Ming was the big boss behind the scenes, and Bao Sanli was the general manager of the Ming Yang Security Company. He was his subordinate in name, so Chun Fei had to do things well for both public and private reasons. Chief Chun, how could I trouble you to personally welcome me downstairs? Bao Sanli didn't expect that Chun Fei, the head of the police station, would personally come downstairs to welcome him. He was suddenly flattered. He quickly reached out and shook hands with Chun Fei. While he was excited, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Once upon a time, he was just a little punk, not to mention the chief of the police station. Even if he saw an ordinary police officer, he would be scared to turn around and run away. But now, not only did he have an identity and status, but he was often on equal footing with many politicians in Songjiang. All of this was thanks to Yang Ming. If it weren't for Yang Ming, he would probably be in the palace now. He might even be hacked to death by Yu Xiangda. President Bao, you have paid a lot of management fees to our police station in a year. You are the god of wealth of our police station. It is not too much for me to come and welcome you. Chun Fei smiled. These words were actually said to the others around him. Chun Fei belonged to the kind of person who was more upright. He didn't like to use his power for personal gain. Therefore, helping Bao Sanli this time was actually to tell his subordinates that he was the boss of the company under the city bureau. So, helping others was equivalent to helping ourselves. Chun Fei was not wrong. The Ming Yang Security Company was indeed a company under the city bureau. It was under the guidance and management of the city bureau. It did pay a lot of management fees every year. This was something that everyone present knew. That's right, President Bao. You have solved a lot of problems with welfare funds in our bureau. A deputy bureau chief on the side also said with a smile. Of course, if it weren't for Chun Fei, he certainly wouldn't give Bao Sanli face like this. In his opinion, since Bao Sanli's company was under the guidance and management of the city bureau, he was his own subordinate. Was there need to welcome him personally? However, these people knew that Chun Fei had already welcomed him. If they didn't welcome him, they were simply not giving face to Bureau Chief Chun Fei. Therefore, these people were also very friendly to Bao Sanli. This is Vice President Jing of our company. Bao Sanli introduced Jing Xiaolu to Chun Fei. Hello, Bureau Chief Chun. Jing Xiaolu knew Chun Fei's identity. This was the father of the harem master, Chun Mingyan. Naturally, she didn't dare to neglect. Chun Fei had never seen Jing Xiaolu before, so he wasn't familiar with her. He just shook hands and nodded. He didn't say anything more. Jing Xiaolu didn't care. I heard that you were looking for me to do a fingerprint identification. Chun Fei and Bao Sanli walked side by side. He asked as they went upstairs, "What happened? What trouble did you encounter? Tell me." Bao Sanli didn't hide it at the moment. He directly told the truth. He told Chun Fei how his company was cheated when it cooperated with the Jiangyan Group. Then, he told him the flaw that Jing Xiaolu found, which was the fingerprint problem on the contract. Speaking of Jing Xiaolu finding the flaw in the fingerprint, Chun Fei looked at this little girl who was about the same age as his daughter for the first time. Chun Fei was a criminal investigator. Combined with Bao Sanli's description, it was not surprising that he could think of the flaw. However, Jing Xiaolu, a young girl, could actually find this suspicious point. Chun Fei couldn't help but be amazed. Chapter 1440. When Chun Fei saw Jing Xiaolu for the first time, he thought that she was just a relative of Bao Sanli's family or a little mistress. The vice president position was just an empty position. But after listening to Bao Sanli's words, Chun Fei realized that he had underestimated this girl. With such a smart mind, it was not unusual for her to be promoted to the vice president of the company at such a young age. He glanced at Jing Xiaolu with appreciation, said, "Not bad," and continued to listen to Bao Sanli's narration. However, this "not bad" had already made Jing Xiaolu very proud. Being able to get Chun Fei's affirmation showed that she was really capable. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly imperceptibly. This time, the matter had come to this point. At least, she would not lose face in front of Yangming. President Bao, Vice President Jing, you wait in the lounge. I have other things to do here, so I can't accompany you. However, I will hand over this contract to the identification department as soon as possible for fingerprint identification. Once the results are out, I will get it back as soon as possible. Chun Fei led Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu into a lounge and said to them, since he learned that the loophole in the contract was discovered by Jing Xiaolu, Chun Fei had a whole new level of respect for Jing Xiaolu. So naturally, his tone became respectful. Okay, Chief Chun, you go ahead. We will wait here. Don't worry about us. Bao Sanli said quickly. As the chief of a bureau, Chun Fei must have a lot of work every day, so Bao Sanli would not ask Chun Fei to accompany him. After Chun Fei nodded, he left the lounge. Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu were not in the mood to visit the police station and chat. They were anxiously waiting for the identification results. The Lancer family's industry had been attacked to varying degrees within a day. Since the news of the Buffon family cutting off business with the Lancer family spread, almost all of the Lancer family's partners followed suit and directly announced that they would cut off future business with the Lancer family. For a while, several arms dealerships of the Lancer family became deserted. Originally, Thomas, Kevithan, and others were still preparing to limit the supply of firearms because they couldn't get more after selling them. They would use the stocks in their hands to hold on for a while until Kevithan contacted Cousin Jetson, who worked at Central, to come up with a new money-making project. Then, they would end all the arms business. But now, they were still preparing to limit the supply for a while. Those businessmen who used to do arms business with the Lancer family simply did not come to their door for fear that they could not avoid it. In addition to the special firearms supplied to Wang Songshan's butterfly family, there were many other firearms that circulated in the market. The Lancer family was not the only dealer, and the Lancer families who dared to risk offending the Buffon the risk of offending the Buffon family and continue to buy. They directly transferred to other dealers to other dealings. That was not all. The firearms store, which originally had all the licenses and permits, was now subject to the strictest surprise inspection. Since the Lancer family did such a big business, it was inevitable that there would be tax evasion. This was not a secret among the major families in the upper-class society. However, at this time, someone came to find trouble with the Lancer family. After the inspection, not only was the Lancer family shop temporarily sealed, but a huge fine was also issued. This made the Lancer family, who was already in a terrible situation, even worse. The most intolerable thing was that the peripheral members of the Lancer family would be attacked by unknown mysterious people every time they went out to buy necessities or to take care of the shop. Although it was not fatal, they were beaten black and blue every time. At this point, the Lancer family finally understood that offending the Butterfly family before was the biggest mistake in Thomas's life. Moreover, the troubles that followed made the newly appointed family master, Kevithan's good mood, suddenly disappear. He had yet to enjoy the joy of the family master's power, but he was already mentally and physically exhausted by these things. Just as he was remedied, there was a problem on the other side. All the troubles fell on the Lancer family together, making Kevithan breathless. The Lancer family had to urgently convene the second family meeting of the day. In this meeting, the person sitting in the main seat had become Kevithan, but his expression was not much more relaxed than Thomas before, because now it seemed that the Butterfly family did not want to stop the Lancer family's arms business. Judging from the current situation, no matter what the Lancer family did in the future, they would inevitably be attacked by the Butterfly family's revenge. The arms shop was attacked, the partners betrayed them, and the family's children were beaten by mysterious people. All of this showed the Butterfly family's determination to retaliate. No one thought that the Butterfly family's revenge would be so fast and shake the foundation of the Lancer family so quickly. Kevithan sighed. He suddenly realized that it was a wrong decision to promise Thomas to save Good's life. Now it seemed that the Butterfly family would not give up until they achieved their goal. Even if the Lancer family wanted to save Good with the idea of losing the arms business, it would be impossible. The Butterfly family's current approach was to announce that as long as Good was not handed over, the Butterfly family would not give up. This was the most troublesome thing for Kevithan. Originally, his wishful thinking was very good. The Lancer family would give up the arms business. He thought that after suffering such a loss, the Butterfly family would no longer be aggressive. This would save Good's life. With the help of Cousin Jetson, the Lancer family could engage in other industries which would not be much worse than the current arms business. But he never expected that the Butterfly family was determined to get Good. It could be seen from the Butterfly family's current fierce means, and this was just the beginning. The Butterfly family could make such a big move in just one day. In the future, they might have other means waiting for the Lancer family. When Thomas heard Kevithan's words, he secretly felt that something was wrong. How could Thomas not understand the purpose of the Butterfly family's actions? It seemed that the Butterfly family would never give up if they did not hand over Good. The Butterfly family had been wrong before. I think it is normal for them to vent. After they vent, everything will be calm. Thomas had to bite the bullet and said for Good, we have to bear with it for a while. A little impatience will spoil great plans. Thomas, what you said is a bit wrong, right? Leckroft's cold voice sounded. Kevithan could see the current situation. Thomas could see it. So how could Leckroft not see it? You'll calm down after venting your anger? Do you think the Butterfly family is venting? If you want to talk about venting, it is enough to cancel our Lancer family's arms quota. Why are they still using these underhanded means? It is clear that they will not give up until they achieve their goal. If they don't hand over Good, they will continue to do this until they are dead. Leckroft's words made Kevithan's expression very ugly. If he agreed with Leckroft's point of view, it meant that he could not protect Good. Then, he would not be able to keep his promise before he became the family master. At that time, Thomas or Leckroft would use this as an excuse to attack him. He really could not deal with it. But if he did not agree, he would still be the unlucky one in the current situation as the family master. The current situation had reached the point where it was out of control. Even if there were new projects and new business, the Butterfly family would definitely not let him have an easy time with their attitude. After a long sigh, Kevithan could only tell the truth. This is the current situation. As for what to do, I think everyone should vote to decide whether to continue to endure for a while or hand over Good. Kevithan, what do you mean by this? Thomas didn't wait for Kevithan to finish and interrupted him. You have to understand that the reason why I gave you the position of the Patriarch was because you promised me that you would protect Good. Now you want to hand him over. Do you want to go back on your word? Kevithan was speechless for a while. His face was slightly red, and he could not speak. Indeed, in the morning, he had vowed to protect Good's life. It was indeed unreasonable for him to hold a meeting to discuss handing Good over. But the key was that the situation was different now. Chapter 1441. That's right. If we still hand Good over in the end, then isn't it the same no matter who becomes the family master? Do you think it will be your turn? Leckroft snorted coldly. We let you be the family master because you can protect Good, but we can't. If you can't protect him, then you should quit being the family master and abdicate. Kevithan was rendered speechless by Leckroft's words. However, Leckroft was not wrong. When he was fighting for the family master's position, he did use protecting Good's life as a guarantee. Leckroft, you're not doing the right thing, right? Slade glanced at Leckroft coldly. Now is the time for a meeting to discuss countermeasures. It's not the time for infighting. Besides, Kevithan did not say that he would abandon Good. It's just that the current situation is pressing. He wants everyone to vote on whether to continue protecting Good. It's not that he doesn't want to protect Good, but he's afraid that protecting Good will affect everyone's interests. So Lady's words had completely pushed Kevithan's responsibility away. What he meant was that Kevithin did not intend to abandon good. He was just afraid that they would not be willing, so he wanted to discuss with all of them. If all of them said that they would give up, then even if Kevithin, as the family master, wanted to protect good and all of the elders voted against it, Kevithin couldn't go against it, right? As a result, the responsibility fell on the shoulders of the elders, and Kevithin had no choice but to do so. Leckroft glared, but he couldn't argue with Slade. He could only snort coldly and glare at Slade. What about me? Besides, Kevithin's cousin is from Central. He could just give me some technology projects, and it will be enough for a Lancer family to eat for a lifetime. Which one of you has this ability? Slade must solidify Kevithin's position as the family master. At this time, it couldn't be snatched away by others. Leckroft was even more speechless this time. He knew that he did not have the ability to do so. In the current situation, even if he handed good over, the butterfly family's anger would be appeased. However, it would be impossible for them to resume business with the Buffon family. Therefore, even if Leckroft asked himself to be the family master, it was impossible to find a new way out. Kevithin had the support of his cousin, who worked in Central. Even without the support of the Buffon family, he could still make the Lancer family return to glory in a short time. Thinking of this, Leckroft felt that he had no other choice. He could only look at Thomas, wanting him to continue attacking Kevithin. However, after Thomas heard Slade's words, the words he wanted to say to attack Kevithin were all gone. Because of Kevithin's actions, Solier's first explanation was that Kevithin didn't want to give up on good, but was forced to do so due to the pressure from his family. That had nothing to do with Kevithin. The current situation is pressing. I agreed to give up on good in exchange for the butterfly family's anger to be appeased. Slade took the lead and raised his hand. He naturally did his best to pave the way for his son. Anyway, he was already so old and didn't care about anything. He wasn't afraid of being the sinner who stood out. So what if he offended Thomas? He was no longer the family master. As long as his son sat firmly in the position of the family master, he didn't care what Thomas thought. Slade was the first to raise his hand. As soon as his voice fell, everyone present cast a contemptuous look at him. They thought that this old man was really shameless. How could he say such words? He was obviously helping Kevithin to pave the way. However, no one dared to say this out loud, because going against Slade meant that they were on the same side as the original family master to protect good. No one wanted to be the sinner of this family. In this case, who dared to protect good? Protecting good could lead to the destruction of the family. Seeing that no one spoke, Slade snorted coldly and said to Leckroft, as the third elder of the family, "Tell me, do you support protecting good or giving up on good?" Leckroft didn't expect Slade to be the first to fire at him. This guy must have offended him with his previous words, so he targeted him. However, there was no other way because Leckroft was the third elder of the family. In the past, it was always the third elder's turn to speak after the first elder, Slade, finished speaking in every meeting. Although Thomas was no longer the family master and had abdicated to become the second elder, this matter was related to his grandson. Moreover, it was his first time participating in the family meeting as the second elder. Therefore, it was not inappropriate for Leckroft to speak after Slade. "Why, Leckroft, do you want to be the sinner of our Lancer family?" Slade raised his eyebrows and looked at Leckroft coldly. "This is an important moment for the survival of the family. You have to be responsible for your words." Leckroft's heart trembled and he was furious. He took a deep breath. Although he didn't want to speak, Slade had already raised the matter to the height of the family's survival. Leckroft had no choice but to express his opinion. "I agree to give up on good. After all, the family's interests come first." "Second elder, what about you?" Slade was very satisfied with Leckroft's answer and nodded with a smile. He then turned to Thomas and said, "However, 2 of the 3 elders have already reached a consensus. Your opinion is not important. Even if you object, we still have to give up on good in a 2-to-1 ratio. Now, I announce that according to the votes of the family's elders, we will give up on good to appease the anger of the butterfly family." "Slade, you—" Thomas was so angry that his face turned pale. He covered his chest with one hand and gasped for breath. His other hand pointed at Slade with trembling fingers. "You are so vicious." The family's interests come before everything else. However, Slade didn't seem to see Thomas's current appearance at all, as he replied indifferently. "Since everyone has this opinion, then I have no other choice." Kevithan breathed a sigh of relief. He was grateful to his father for everything he had done. "Although I also want to keep good, everyone is against it. The family's interests are the most important. I have decided to listen to everyone's opinion." "No," Thomas slammed the table. "I want to see who dares to give good away. Although I, Thomas, am no longer the family master, I want to see who has the ability to disobey me in the Lancer family." Slade and Kevithan's faces suddenly became ugly after listening to Thomas's words. Indeed, they had overlooked the most important point. Although Thomas was no longer the family master, he had worked hard in the Lancer family for so many years. There were many direct descendants. These people were all loyal subordinates who directly took orders from Thomas. It wasn't that they would be disobedient when Thomas was no longer the family master. As long as these people were still around, it was impossible for Slade and Kevithan to do whatever they wanted in the Lancer family. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Leckroft. Just now, he had no choice but to agree with Slade's opinion. This made Leckroft very unhappy. Now that he saw Thomas and Slade going against each other, he was gloating. "Aren't you very capable? Let's see what you can do now. You are in a dilemma, right?" After Thomas left this sentence, he didn't say anything else. He stood up and walked out of the conference room, leaving everyone with his back. Slade and Kevithan looked at each other. If Thomas insisted, then they really couldn't do anything to good. After all, more than half of the subordinates in the Lancer family directly took orders from Thomas. "I have already expressed my opinion. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving too." Leckroft's expression was very annoying. He stood up and followed Thomas out. "Damn it." Slade was the first to slap the table. "These guys. The family has already reached such a point, but they are still fighting internally. They will be happy when the Butterfly family completely annexes them." While Slade was scolding, he didn't think that he was also helping his son Kevithan to fight openly and covertly for the position of the family master. Now that he was considering the problem from the position of the family master, the direction of his consideration was naturally different. Chapter 1442. In the afternoon, all the disciples of the Butterfly family began to get busy because today was a special day. It was the first meeting between the family's Miss Wang Xiaoyan and the future son-in-law before their engagement. However, because it was a meeting before the engagement, although the family was busy with decorations, it was very low-key to the outside world. After all, this was a private meeting, not an engagement ceremony. Looking at the extremely busy Butterfly family disciples outside the door, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "I'm here to cancel the engagement. The meeting at night is just a formality." Why is it so formal? It seems like it's really the case. It's hard to imagine if these disciples would feel wronged after knowing the truth that I proposed to cancel the engagement after meeting the miss of the Butterfly family. Right now, they probably didn't know that this so-called meeting was actually just for show. In their opinion, the first meeting between the miss of the Butterfly family and the future son-in-law was an important matter. Naturally, they couldn't neglect it. It was understandable for them to decorate the family in a festive manner. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It's really hard on these servants. Wang Xiaoyan also had the same thoughts as Yang Ming. Seeing how busy the people at home were for her meeting, Wang Xiaoyan felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She felt like she had been cheated. The people at home were still in the dark. It could be seen that these people were sincerely happy for her. After all, the marriage of the Butterfly family's daughter was a big deal. However, Wang Xiaoyan knew very well that the meeting at night was nothing more than a formality. The final result could already be predicted. Thinking of this, she was even more annoyed with the fiancé that she had never met. He came to cancel the engagement and made such a big fuss. It's really a waste of the butterfly family's human resources. If Yangming knew about Wang Xiaoyan's thoughts, he would probably be dumbfounded. He thought to himself, what does this have to do with me? Do you think I want to cancel the engagement? If it wasn't because I had no choice, I wouldn't have come so far. I'm giving face to the butterfly family by coming here. Otherwise, canceling the engagement is just a matter of a word. There's no need to come so far. What's more, I helped the butterfly family solve such a big problem in front of you. Not only are you not grateful, but you're also criticizing me. You're really wronged. When she opened the door and saw the sincere smiles on the faces of every butterfly family disciple, Wang Xiaoyan's heart ached. This time, she was afraid that she would disappoint her family. She sighed slightly and finally couldn't help but call her father's study. Dad, it's me, Yin. Wang Xiaoyan's name. What is it? Just say it. Why are you hesitating? You're my daughter. What can't you say? Wang Songzhan was in a good mood at the moment. Yang Ming had just solved a big problem for him. He felt that it was very interesting when he thought of the mischief between his daughter and Yang Ming. Therefore, he was very pleased with Wang Xiaoyan's call. Dad, I think that the disciples and servants in our family seem to be a little too enthusiastic. Wang Xiaoyan said, it's just an ordinary meeting at night, and it's to discuss canceling the engagement. There's no need to decorate the house so jubilantly. Hee, Yin. So you want to talk about this? Wang Songzhan thought, of course, it's to decorate. After you and Yang Ming meet, you naturally have to discuss the marriage. Do you really think that you want to cancel the engagement? However, this can't be said now. Yeah, I see that everyone's face is full of joy. If they know that we're just going through the formalities, they will be very disappointed. Wang Xiaoyan sighed. Silly child, it's a big deal for you and your fiancé to meet for the first time. Wang Songzhan said, only a few of us know about the cancellation of the engagement. The servants and disciples still don't know about it. Before you and your fiancé meet, this matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, what's the point of your meeting this time? We just want to show outsiders that you two did not cancel the engagement because of a single party. After you met each other, you felt that both parties' personalities were not suitable, so you canceled the engagement. That's true. Wang Xiaoyan listened to her father's explanation and knew that this was the case. But I just feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. It doesn't matter. Now that the arrangements are done, just treat it as preparing for your engagement in advance. After this matter is over, you can bring your little boyfriend home. It'll save you the trouble of rearranging it. Wang Songzhan laughed. Dad, you're so annoying. Wang Xiaoyan was a little embarrassed by Wang Songshan's words. She rebuked a few words, but she didn't bother about the arrangements. Anyway, Yang Ming was here to arrange it, so she would just consider it as arranging it for her in advance. Okay. Wang Songzhan said, I won't say any more. You should dress up. You have to be more formal when meeting at night. I'm not going to dress up. Wang Xiaoyan flattened her mouth. A woman should dress up for the one who likes her. Why should I dress up for a fiancé that I've never met before who wants to cancel the engagement? What if he takes a fancy to me after I dress up? Wang Xiaoyan is not going to dress up. Then you should at least look like it. Wang Songzhan shook his head helplessly. Don't lose face for the family. Who knows? When that fiancé of yours sees your outstanding beauty, he might regret his hasty decision to annul the engagement. I don't care what he thinks. Okay, I got it. Wang Xiaoyan dealt with it unpleasantly, but she was pondering in her heart. How should I dress up to be more frightening? What if the other party goes back on his word like what her father said? If the other party suddenly changed his mind and didn't agree to cancel the engagement, then there would inevitably be a lot of trouble. Even if she insisted on canceling the engagement, the butterfly family will be criticized for not keeping their promises. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan had secretly made a decision. I won't give you a chance to go back on your word. I will make you think that canceling the engagement is a very wise choice. Wait and see. I will let you see me become your nightmare in this life. You don't want to see me again after seeing me once. Yang Ming, who was far away in the guest room, naturally felt the different atmosphere of the butterfly family at this moment. He originally thought that they would just decorate normally, but he didn't expect them to be so meticulous. Even the family's private tailor came to measure Yang Ming's body to make a suit for him. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this necessary? It's just a meeting. Why do they have to order a suit? Is this canceling the engagement or an engagement? In desperation, Yang Ming could only go to the room next door to find Fong Tian. Old man Fong, what is the butterfly family trying to do? Why do they make it look like this? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Oh, Fong Tian looked up at Yang Ming and didn't speak anymore. Oh, what? Old man Fong, I'm asking you a question. Yang Ming saw that Fong Tian didn't continue after saying, oh. He was a little angry. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Oh. Fong Tian looked up at Yang Ming again and said, oh, again. But unlike before, this oh was in a questioning tone. Yang Ming opened his eyes wide and looked at Fong Tian carefully. He suddenly found some clues. This old man actually had 2 earphones in his ears. No wonder he couldn't hear when I was talking to him. Yang Ming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Was I talking to a deaf person just now? No wonder he only said, oh. It turned out that he didn't hear what I said. Yang Ming stepped forward quickly and pulled down the earphones in Fong Tian's ears. He frowned and listened to it. He wanted to hear what was so attractive that Fong Tian was listening to it with great interest. Zhang Xin picked up a big knife and slashed at Wang Er Matzi. Storytelling? Yang Ming's face suddenly showed a strange expression. You can also receive a domestic storytelling broadcast in Europe? Isn't this too magical? It's half a world away. Isn't this signal too strong? Yang Ming opened his eyes wide and was inexplicably horrified. This is cancerwood arsenic. Dong Jun gave it to me. Fong Tian rolled his eyes. Your imagination is really rich. It's even better than that Murloc's 2nd generation. Cancerwood arsenic? What is that? Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Fong Tian strangely. You haven't heard of this before? Fong Tian looked at Yang Ming with disdain. He took out a small square from his arms and shook it in front of Yang Ming. Do you see this? You can download the storytelling to listen to it. You can listen to it whenever you want. You can listen to whatever you want. Yang Ming looked at the thing in Fong Tian's hand. Suddenly, his vision turned black and he fell to the ground. Because the thing in Fong Tian's hand was an MP3 player. Cancerwood arsenic? Too powerful, too shocking. Yang Ming said in his heart, you have a rich imagination. Chapter 1443. Looking at Yang Ming, who had fallen to the ground, Fong Tian touched his chin strangely and said to himself, no way, this thing is quite common. Now, cancerous wood strike has been around for a long time. This is an old thing. Don't tell me you haven't seen this before. Cancerous wood strike? MP4, right? Yang Ming wiped the sweat on his forehead. This old man is too strong. Didn't you hear what I said to you before? Yang Ming took the MP3 player in Fong Tian's hand and put it aside. Then he asked, I heard it. Fong Tian nodded. Why didn't you answer me if you heard it? Yang Ming looked at Fong Tian, dumbfounded. I answered. I said, oh. Fong Tian said seriously. What do you mean by oh? Yang Ming almost rolled his eyes. I think it's just a formality. Isn't it inappropriate to make it so grand? There's nothing inappropriate. Fong Tian shook his head. Even if you don't need it, Rua Shui and I can use it. Yang Ming was stunned. So this is what this guy is thinking? Looking at Yang Ming's weird expression, Fong Tian smiled and said, well, to be honest, only Wang Songzhan and I know about the cancellation of the engagement this time. The servants and disciples of the butterfly family don't know the inside story. If everyone knows the inside story, then what's the point of this formality? That's true. Yang Ming nodded. This kind of secret matter naturally wouldn't be known by outsiders. If it was spread out, this formality would be in vain. I thought Wang Songzhan didn't want to cancel the engagement after I helped him solve his family's big problem. Oh, it's also possible. He definitely wouldn't want to give up such a capable son-in-law. Fong Tian smiled. If it were me, I wouldn't give up so easily. This time, Wang Songzhan might really want to keep you in the butterfly family. Damn, I'm being a busybody. Yang Ming shrugged. If I knew, I wouldn't have helped them solve their problems. I can't even help them and make a mistake. That's your own business. You decide for yourself. Fang Tian waved his hand impatiently. Okay, I'm going to continue listening to the storytelling. You go play by yourself. What do you mean go play by yourself? Yang Ming saw that Fang Tian actually ignored him, put on his headphones, and continued listening to his cancerous wood arsenic. Yang Ming had no choice but to push the door open and leave the room. However, he was muttering in his heart. Judging from the tone of Heavenly King Songshan when he spoke to him today, the possibility of him going back on his words was very high. It wasn't that Yang Ming was arrogant and felt that his charm was infinite. It was mainly because the strength he showed was too strong. He directly solved the butterfly family's biggest problem with a phone call. It was impossible that this strength didn't move Wang Songzhan. If he could become the butterfly family's son-in-law, then he would be a big help to the butterfly family and make the current butterfly family's strength reach a higher level. Yang Ming asked himself, if he was in Wang Songshan's position, he would naturally have such thoughts. This wasn't because Yang Ming was overconfident. Thinking of this, Yang Ming felt that when he met the butterfly family's little princess at night, he must not let her take a fancy to him. Previously, Yang Ming still had an indifferent attitude. Anyway, it was just a formality. But now, since Wang Songshan's side might be tempted, and if the little princess of the butterfly family also took a fancy to him, the possibility of him being forced to marry Wang Ruoshui was too high if the father and daughter joined forces, and Wang Ruoshui forced Fang Tian. Yang Ming had to be on guard. After figuring out the various links in the middle, Yang Ming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It seemed that he had to do something. Otherwise, he was still considered handsome. The possibility of being taken a fancy to was very high. Maybe he could only pretend to be the most hated image of himself to make the butterfly family's little princess not want to see him a second time. This way, he could eliminate all future troubles. Sigh, for the sake of righteousness, I, the handsome assassin Yang, also have a day of self-degradation. What Wang Xiaoyan didn't expect was that Yang Ming actually had the same idea as her. This was really a case of lovers having a telepathic connection. Their thoughts were the same. In the evening, the entire butterfly castle was in a festive atmosphere. Wang Songzhan saw that it was almost time, but Wang Xiaoyan still hadn't come out of the room. He was a little anxious and knocked on the door. Yin Yin, it's almost time for both parties to meet. Why haven't you come out yet? Dad, didn't you ask me to dress up properly? Am I not dressing up now? Wang Xiaoyan looked at the watch on her wrist. Isn't there still half an hour left? What's the hurry? If I go out now, I might be chased back by my father to dress up again. Even if my father doesn't agree at the last moment, there's nothing he can do. Oh, then hurry up. Wang Songzhan had no choice but to stand at the door and wait anxiously when he heard that his daughter was dressing up. On the other side, Yang Ming was also preparing in an orderly manner. Old man Fang's voice also came in from outside the door. Yang Ming, what are you doing, little brat? It's almost time. Don't tell me you've gone missing. No, I don't know which clothes are suitable for me. I'm choosing. How was Yang Ming choosing clothes? He was obviously modifying the clothes at the moment. The clothes in the room were all sent by the servants of the butterfly family for him to choose from. No matter how Yang Ming looked at it, every piece of clothing could only set off his handsomeness and was of no use in destroying his image. There was no other way. Yang Ming could only start to modify the clothes by himself. Why did you lock the door from the inside? Hurry up and open the door. I'll give you some advice. Fang Tian heard Yang Ming's voice and felt relieved. It's good that this kid didn't run away. Wait for a while. I'll be done soon. Yang Ming shook the robe that he personally modified and put it on. After looking left and right in the mirror, he finally nodded with satisfaction. After putting on the clothes, Yang Ming picked up a thumb ring and put it on his hand. This thumb ring was previously stolen from Wang Songshan's antique showroom. With Yang Ming's skill, stealing these things was a piece of cake. Yang Ming casually picked up a pair of sunglasses and put it on his face. He smiled at the mirror twice. It's too perfect. I'm simply a genius. Yang Ming touched the bald head that he had just shaved. My current image is no different from the big bully Huang Shuren in the TV series. It's simply too realistic. I didn't expect that I have such a talent for disguise. This was the first time Yang Ming put on makeup after becoming an assassin. It was obviously very successful. Even he didn't recognize himself. If it wasn't because he was afraid of exposing his special ability to directly change his appearance, Yang Ming wouldn't have spent so much effort. It wasn't difficult to directly transform into the image of a stupid guy who deserved a beating. Looking at the time, it was almost time. Yang Ming held a cigar in his mouth, pushed the door, and walked out of the room. What the fuck? Who are you? Fong Tian was waiting for Yang Ming at the door. When he saw the door open, he was about to scold this kid. Why is he so slow in wearing clothes? But before he could open his mouth, he saw a bald man with sunglasses and a cigar. He was wearing a vulgar robe and had a thumb ring on his hand. Who the fuck is this person? Chapter 1444. What the fuck? Who are you? Fong Tian pushed Yang Ming aside and looked into the room. However, he found that there was no one in the room. Then, he turned his head and looked at Yang Ming. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. He blinked his eyes in confusion. I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming rolled his eyes. However, Fong Tian couldn't see through the sunglasses. He didn't have Yang Ming's X-ray vision skill. Pooh! Fong Tian heard Yang Ming's voice and almost fell down. He stared at Yang Ming's extremely vulgar outfit. Are you really Yang Ming? As real as it can be. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He also knew that anyone who was familiar with him would have such an unbelievable reaction when they saw his current appearance. How did you become like this? Fong Tian was surprised for a long time. His psychological quality was relatively strong. He was an assassin, so his ability to accept things was relatively strong. However, he was really shocked by Yang Ming. It's all because I overdid it previously. I appeared too strong and helped the butterfly family solve their problem. I was really afraid that their little princess would take a fancy to me, so I dressed up like this. Yang Ming shrugged and said somewhat helplessly, in this way, any girl who sees me will not be able to fall in love with me. It's good enough that they don't hate me. Your trick is really good. Quack, quack. Fong Tian listened to Yang Ming's explanation and laughed like an old duck. He was as wretched as he could be. I say, old man, what are you laughing at? Yang Ming was a little annoyed by his own image. He was also handsome. When did he become a big hooligan? Moreover, he was such a vulgar hooligan. The only thing missing was a label on his face that said, I'm a bad guy. Nothing, nothing. Fong Tian was imagining what expression Yang Ming would have when he met Wang Xiaoyan later. When he thought of this, he felt that it was really fun. Nothing. Yang Ming curled his lips. If you want to laugh, just laugh. You have laughed enough now. Don't laugh later, so as not to make the other party suspect anything. Yang Ming knew that Fong Tian would inevitably laugh because of his behavior, so he endured it. He let Fong Tian finish laughing at this time to avoid making mistakes later. Stop laughing. Kid, I haven't asked you yet. How do you know the people from the Buffon family? Fong Tian glared at Yang Ming. After all, he was the king of assassins. He had a sense of propriety in controlling his emotions. It only took a moment for him to calm down from laughing out loud. Hee hee, I have accepted a grand disciple for you. In a few days, I will visit you. You will know. Yang Ming laughed. Fong Tian was shocked. The king of assassins of each generation only decided to accept a disciple and cultivate his successor when he was about to retire. You haven't finished your apprenticeship yet. How did you accept a disciple? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. I just accepted a disciple. Who said that I would let him inherit my mantle? He is just an outer disciple. Didn't you also accept Dong Jun? I see. You scare me to death. Fong Tian was confused because of his concern. When he heard that Yang Ming only accepted an ordinary disciple, he didn't take it to heart. Your disciple is from the Buffon family? Yes, and he's a core member. Yang Ming smiled. You will know when the time comes. Fong Tian laughed and didn't say anything more. He took Yang Ming to the restaurant where they would meet. Yin Yin, are you done yet? Wang Songzhan was so anxious that his eyes were green. There are less than 20 minutes left before the meeting. Why hasn't Wang Xiaoyan come out yet? Even if she wants to dress up like a fairy, it doesn't take so long, right? Dad. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Xiaoyan was applying eyeshadow in front of the mirror at the moment. And this is not bad. I look more and more like a delinquent girl. Wang Xiaoyan looked at the tattooed sticker in her hand. It was about time, so she tore it off. And the sticker is not bad. It looks real. How can I not be anxious? Hurry up and open the door and let Dad in. Aren't you being too slow? Wang Songzhan said anxiously. Okay, I will be done soon. Wang Xiaoyan put on a bright leather coat and replied quickly. This dressing was already a delinquent girl. Wang Xiaoyan's whole person became very flirtatious. It was estimated that a decent man would not like this. Wang Xiaoyan's plan was that when they met later, her fiancé must not take a fancy to her. It would be difficult to deal with him if he kept pestering her. This time, she could directly make him hate her, which would save a lot of trouble. Wang Xiaoyan opened her door and walked out in a pair of very high heels. If it weren't for the excellent balance of an assassin's body, Wang Xiaoyan estimated that she couldn't wear this pair of high heels. Fuck, who are you? Wang Songzhan saw the flirtatious girl in front of him who was actually taller than him. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and was a little overwhelmed. Where's my Yin Yin? Are you the makeup artist she hired? What makeup artist? Wang Xiaoyan was dumbfounded after listening to her father's words. Dad, it's me. Jie? Yin Yin? Wang Songshan's throat was like an old duck. He suddenly made a J sound and looked at the flirtatious girl who called him dad in front of him, dumbfounded. What's wrong? Don't you think I look very handsome in this outfit? Wang Xiaoyan was very proud of her masterpiece. Cough, 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 cough. Wang Songzhan was stunned for a long time and finally coughed violently. Yin Yin, what are you doing? Why are you dressed like this? Like a female hooligan? Oh, do you also think I look like a delinquent girl? Wang Xiaoyan was even more proud after hearing her father's words. It seems that my dressing up is still very successful. You did it deliberately? Wang Songzhan finally saw a little bit of his daughter from the girl in front of him. Yeah, it was intentional. Wang Xiaoyan admitted very frankly. Why did you do this? Wang Songzhan didn't understand Wang Xiaoyan's approach. You dilly-dallied for so long to dress up like this? Yeah, what's wrong with it? Wang Xiaoyan said in her heart. In fact, I have already finished dressing up. The rest of the time was just for dressing up. I came out early because I was afraid that you would ask me to go back and dress up again. I came out now because I was running out of time. Even if you don't want to, there's no other way. Wang Songzhan was suddenly angry. What are you doing like this? Won't you lose the face of our butterfly family if others see you like this? What's wrong with losing face? Wang Xiaoyan disagreed. I'm just afraid that the so-called fiancé will not be willing to break off the engagement after seeing me. It will be troublesome if he pesters me like good. Am I not saving you trouble? You made such a scribbled appearance just for this? Wang Songzhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Wang Xiaoyan's so-called reason. Yeah, the other party is already engaged to me. His master is your old friend and aunt. So, if they really don't agree to break off the engagement, won't the butterfly family be looking for trouble if we unilaterally propose to break off the engagement? Wang Xiaoyan said, this way, he will hate me when he sees me. It will save a lot of trouble. A decent man won't like me dressing like this. As for my own reputation, it doesn't matter. I have a boyfriend anyway, so I don't care about this. Wang Songzhan was speechless. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to have such an idea, but let her be. If the person Wang Xiaoyan was meeting today was not Yang Ming, then Wang Songzhan would rather let Wang Xiaoyan go back and dress up again, even if it was too late. However, the person she was meeting today was Yang Ming, so she could do whatever she wanted. It would be fun when this girl saw that the person she was meeting was actually Yang Ming. Hee. Wang Songzhan began to plot against his daughter insidiously. Chapter 1445. Dad, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that it's almost time? Wang Xiaoyan smiled mischievously. Let's hurry over. Don't let others think that our butterfly family is neglecting others. Your outfit. Forget it. Do whatever you want. Wang Songzhan pretended to sigh. If you're not afraid of embarrassing yourself, then I have nothing to say. What am I afraid of? Wang Xiaoyan said indifferently. In front of that so-called fiancé, the more I embarrass myself, the less he will like me. Hurry up and cancel this engagement, then everything will be fine. Why should I care about that? Okay, as long as you don't regret it when you see that the other party is a young talent. Wang Songzhan reminded Wang Xiaoyan. It didn't matter if she took it to heart or not. Don't worry, what do I regret? I can't wait for that young talent to be scared away when he sees my appearance. Wang Xiaoyan waved her small fist. Wang Songzhan nodded and walked with Wang Xiaoyan to the pre-prepared preparation room of the restaurant. At this moment, Yang Ming was sitting in the preparation room next to the restaurant. This was a temporary resting place before the formal meeting between the two parties. Yang Ming had a room, and Wang Xiaoyan also had a room. Yang Ming grabbed 2 glass balls and rubbed them in his hands. It would be better if there was a birdcage. This hedonistic bully doesn't look good. Not only did Fang Tian not stop Yang Ming's actions, but he also laughed at the side as if nothing had happened. However, the few servants of the butterfly family were somewhat inexplicable. The future son-in-law of the family looked so handsome and talented yesterday and this morning. Why did he become such a jerk at the critical moment? They wanted to remind him, but they didn't dare to speak casually. Even these servants were a little anxious. They were very optimistic about the future son-in-law, and they heard that the future son-in-law showed his invincible power today and solved the biggest problem facing the family. Such a super talent had already become the idol of everyone in the family. Why did he drop the ball when they were about to meet? As long as one slightly compared the image of Yang Ming before and now, one could distinguish which one was more charming and likable. Even the servants and family disciples could understand such a simple truth. How could Yang Ming and Fang Tian not know? But that was the truth. Yang Ming appeared with such a vulgar image. Moreover, she only appeared when it was almost time to meet. Even if she went back to dress up now, it was too late. These people found it hard to understand. Why did Yang Ming become like this? Could it be that he felt that bullies were more attractive? But isn't this image of a bully a bit too vulgar and stupid? Wang Xiaoyan was also led into another lounge by Wang Songzhan. The servant who was in charge of waiting on the side almost stared her eyes out. Is this the little princess of the family? Why does she look so different from the little delinquent girls in the market? These high heels, this outfit, this hairstyle, these big earrings, this even tattoos on her hands? The servants were completely confused. What happened to this young lady? A few days ago, she still had a pure and cute appearance. How did she become like this in the blink of an eye? Wouldn't the future son-in-law be scared to death if she went to meet him with such an outfit? Who could marry such a wife? What is going on? These servants wanted to ask what was going on, but Wang Songzhan was following them. Wang Songzhan didn't show any displeasure, so what else could they say? There's still 5 minutes. Yin Yin, you prepare a little. We'll go out together. Wang Songzhan said. No need to prepare. It's fine like this. Wang Xiaoyan said indifferently. Wang Songzhan glanced at his daughter speechlessly, but he didn't say anything in the end. Since she thought it was fine like this, what else could he say? The servants and the disciples of the butterfly family also wisely shut their mouths after seeing that Wang Songzhan didn't speak. It seemed that the young lady's outfit was approved by the family master. Then, no matter the reason, dressing up like this had nothing to do with everyone. Dad, let's go. Wang Xiaoyan stood up. She wanted to meet as soon as possible and break off the engagement as soon as possible, so as not to waste any more time. Let's go. Wang Songzhan looked at the time. Although there were still 5 minutes, it was almost time. Even if they walked out, they would only have to wait for a few minutes. Besides, Yang Ming wouldn't come out on time. Wang Xiaoyan walked out of the door while humming a little song. She did some weird dance moves with her feet. She looked like a little delinquent in a disco bar. It was hard for her to wear such high-heeled shoes. If she hadn't practiced the family's unique butterfly steps, she would have fallen to the ground at this moment. Anyway, Wang Xiaoyan acted as exaggerated as she could. When she went out, she took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. She took one out, lit it with a match, and held it in her hand. Although Wang Xiaoyan didn't smoke, she could at least pretend. After taking a puff, she would keep the smoke in her mouth and spit it out after a while. She didn't need to inhale it into her lungs. When Wang Songzhan saw that his baby daughter actually lit a cigarette, he was shocked beyond words. When did my daughter get such a bad habit? Just as he was about to scold her, he saw Wang Xiaoyan winking at him and smiling slightly. Wang Songzhan immediately understood that this girl was just pretending. She didn't know how to smoke, so she took out a cigarette to pretend. However, if the person she met wasn't Yang Ming, he might really be scared away. Why isn't that bullshit fiancé here yet? Why do you want me to wait for him? When Wang Xiaoyan went out, she saw that there were no outsiders in the restaurant except for a few servants and disciples of the butterfly family. There wasn't even a shadow of her fiancé. She immediately became angry. She spent so much effort to perform the little dance and pretend to be proficient in lighting a cigarette. Did it all go to waste? No one saw it. Therefore, Miss Wang's anger was aroused at once. Anyway, her purpose was to make the other party hate her, so Wang Xiaoyan didn't care whether she was elegant or not. She directly opened her mouth and scolded. When Wang Xiaoyan said this, everyone present widened their eyes. Is this the little princess of the butterfly family? How could she say such unpleasant words? What's going on? On Yang Ming's side, it was almost time. He was about to go out when he heard a sudden scolding. Black lines suddenly appeared on his forehead. What the fuck? This is my fiancé? So rude? However, this voice is a bit familiar. Is this chick also very dissatisfied with me? However, although Yang Ming thought so, he didn't dare to neglect. If this violent chick really took a fancy to him, he would be in trouble. Therefore, this evil tyrant Yang Ming still had to continue acting. What are you yelling for? Yelling for your ass. Do you want to be fucked? Since Yang Ming had made up his mind to break up with this chick, he naturally wouldn't spoil her. Anyway, the more vulgar he was at this moment, the more annoyed this chick would be. Yang Ming pushed open the door, holding 2 glass balls in his hands. He looked up and walked out with swaying steps. There was still a half-lit cigar in his mouth. His other hand touched his bald head with a complacent look. Wang Xiaoyan just scolded, but she didn't expect to be retorted by someone. Moreover, it was extremely vicious. She was suddenly furious. This is my fucking fiancé. Is he actually such a person? Fortunately, I didn't agree to be engaged with him. Otherwise, my life would be over. But why is this person's voice a bit familiar? Looking in the direction of the voice, she saw a bald man with sunglasses and a cigar in his mouth. He was wearing a landlord's robe from an unknown dynasty. He was holding 2 glass balls in his hands and wearing a big thumb ring. He walked out swaying with his eyes looking up. Every step he took, his legs trembled. It was as if he couldn't stand properly after too much indulgence at night. Such a man is actually the young talent mentioned by Father? Is there a problem with Father's vision? Or is there a deviation in my aesthetic? This is obviously the image of a nouveau riche who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Such a person is the successor of the King of Assassins? Isn't the title of the King of Assassins too worthless? Wait, why does this person's aura seem familiar? Chapter 1446. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Although Wang Xiaoyan felt that the aura of the person in front of her was somewhat familiar, she didn't think much about it. The only thought in her mind was to quickly end the battle so that she could break off the engagement after meeting him. Therefore, the worse the impression she left on her fiancé, the better. Wang Xiaoyan crossed her legs and casually sat on the chair. Then, she raised her hand to put the cigarette in her mouth and took a puff. She left the smoke in her mouth for a while and then spat it out. Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin, and she was good at disguising herself. Her imitation of smoking was also very good. If it were someone else, they would definitely be deceived by her and think that she was an old smoker. But who was the person in front of her? That was Yang Ming, the great assassin who was best at observing details. Although real smoking and fake smoking looked similar, they were actually very different. Real smoking was to inhale smoke into the lungs, so the chest would bulge when smoking. However, fake smoking was to inhale smoke into the lungs with the mouth, but not into the lungs. Instead, it was kept in the mouth. As a result, the chest would naturally not bulge. Therefore, as long as this small detail was discovered, one could see through the truth of the matter. Yang Ming didn't deliberately distinguish whether the little delinquent girl in front of him was a real smoker or a fake smoker. He just accidentally discovered the situation and couldn't help but mock. You don't even know how to smoke, yet you are still pretending. It's really ridiculous. Are you brainless? Yang Ming's words could be said to be extremely vicious, but Yang Ming was not afraid of offending the little princess of the butterfly family. Yang Ming's original intention was to offend this little princess completely. The best way was for both of them to bare their teeth when they met. It could also ensure that he could successfully break off the engagement. Damn, you dare to call me brainless? Wang Xiaoyan stood up suddenly and pointed at Yang Ming angrily. I think you are the brainless one. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly lost her balance because she stood up too quickly and was not used to the super high heels on her feet. Even though she was an assassin, it was still difficult for her to maintain her posture in anger. She directly leaned back and sat on the ground. It was very funny. Oomph. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly screamed and grimaced in pain. And Yang Ming was stunned after hearing Wang Xiaoyan scream. Why is this voice so familiar? It's like a woman moaning at a certain time. It's still fresh in Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming took off his sunglasses and carefully looked at the face of the little princess of the butterfly family. Previously, Yang Ming came here with the intention of breaking off the engagement. He wanted to be on bad terms with the little princess of the butterfly family, so he didn't take a closer look at what she looked like. Because whether she was as beautiful as a fairy or extremely ugly, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. However, after Yang Ming heard this scream, he began to pay attention to the person in front of him. At first glance, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although this woman's appearance was beyond recognition, through the messy makeup, the bottom plate was somewhat familiar. She was very similar to the owner of the moaning sound. After using his special ability, he directly ignored the disguises in front of him and directly saw the true face of the person in front of him. The two glass balls in Yang Ming's hands fell to the ground with a clatter. He couldn't help but blurt out two words, yin yin dash. Wang Xiaoyan was covering her little butt and grimacing from the fall. She was very unhappy with the fiancé in front of her. She was about to stand up and quarrel with him to vent her anger. Suddenly, she heard him call her name so intimately. Wang Xiaoyan almost exploded. Is Yin Yin someone you can call? Who do you think you are to me? Only a few people closest to me call me that. Who do you think you are? Wang Xiaoyan was about to refute, but suddenly she felt that this Yin Yin had an indescribable sense of familiarity. It seemed like Wang Xiaoyan thought of this and quickly raised her head to look at her fiancé. At first glance, she couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, Yang Ming had taken off his big sunglasses. Although he was still bald and his clothes were indescribably vulgar, at this moment, people who knew Yang Ming could naturally see that the person in front of them was Yang Ming. Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. Why does my extremely annoying fiancé look so similar to Yang Ming? Except for the head shape and dressing habits. They were simply carved from the same mold. He wore sunglasses before, covering most of his entire face. Wang Xiaoyan didn't see the appearance of the person clearly. She even disdained to look, because in her mind, what this person looked like had nothing to do with her. It didn't matter now, and it was impossible to have anything to do with it in the future. So, what did it matter if she looked or not? Therefore, from then on, Wang Xiaoyan didn't pay attention to this person's appearance. Even if she felt that his voice was somewhat familiar, she didn't think much about it, because the preconceived evil thoughts had already made Wang Xiaoyan extremely annoyed with his fiancé. How could she have the mood to analyze who his voice was like? But after Yang Ming called out Wang Xiaoyan's nickname, Wang Xiaoyan had to pay attention to the man in front of her. The so-called attention was just anger. How could anyone call this name? At home, in addition to her father, Butler Mu, and the aunt she just met, outside, only her good friend Zhao Ying and her boyfriend Yang Ming could be called. The person in front of her actually called her that. How could Wang Xiaoyan not be annoyed? So, she looked up at this man, but she didn't expect that at first glance, Wang Xiaoyan was suddenly dumbfounded. Is there such a similar person in this world? The reason why Wang Xiaoyan didn't immediately confirm that the person in front of her was Yang Ming was because the image of Yang Ming and the Yang Ming in her heart was simply different. One of them had a handsome face that always carried a trace of an evil smile. And this Yang Ming was simply the villain image of a costume TV series. The kind of stupid bully who was abused by the protagonist. Ugh, are you really Yin Yin? When Yang Ming saw that Wang Xiaoyan in front of him actually recognized him, he was even more certain in his heart. Although Yang Ming found that the person in front of him looked exactly like Wang Xiaoyan through his special ability, after all, the image was somewhat different. He and Wang Xiaoyan had the same idea and were not sure. Until Wang Xiaoyan recognized him. He was sure that the person in front of him was Wang Xiaoyan. Ugh, are you really Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan was suddenly dumbfounded. The person in front of her, regardless of appearance or tone, was exactly the same as Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan didn't believe that he wasn't Yang Ming. This was because she had never heard that Yang Ming had a twin brother or something like that. Wang Songshan? Wang Xiaoyan? Damn, Wang Songshan. Is he your father? Yang Ming silently repeated the two names, and suddenly felt like he was being played. Are these two people father and daughter? Yang Ming, you are the apprentice of the king of assassins? My fiancé. Wang Xiaoyan didn't care about the slight pain in her little butt. She got up from the ground and threw the cigarette aside. Then, she kicked off the two high heels on her feet and sighed, If I knew it was you, I wouldn't have pretended. I'm so tired. It seems that the person you are talking about seems to be me. Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly. I had a hard time pretending. Motherfucker, when did I pretend to be a bully? Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were not stupid people. On the contrary, they were extremely smart. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to reach the peak of assassins. In an instant, the two of them understood the current situation. That is, both of them should have been played. Or it could be said that they were tricked by the two elders. Fang Tian and Wang Songshan clearly knew that he and Wang Xiaoyan knew each other, and they made such a big scene. The purpose was to embarrass both of them. If Wang Songshan didn't know Yang Ming, it would be reasonable, but Fang Tian would definitely know Wang Xiaoyan. Before going to Vietnam, Yang Ming had brought Wang Xiaoyan to meet Fang Tian, and Fang Tian also knew the name of Wang Xiaoyan. Now that he thought about it, Fang Tian's strange words like very good had a different meaning. He must have thought of Wang Xiaoyan's identity at that time, but he didn't say it. Yang Ming was so angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. These two old guys are simply disrespectful. No wonder they kept saying that I would definitely regret it if I broke off the engagement. Sure enough, there is another deeper meaning. Chapter 1447. Dad! Wang Xiaoyan obviously realized that she was tricked by her family at this moment. Before this, she had not only mentioned Yang Ming's name to her father once, but she had mentioned it many times. Whether it was on the phone before or when she went home this time, she almost kept mentioning this name. However, her father did not mention that her fiancé was Yang Ming. If Fang Tian didn't know, it was still reasonable. After all, he didn't know her identity and couldn't be sure. However, it was impossible for her father to not know. This time, it was obvious that her father and Fang Tian colluded to play a joke on her and Yang Ming. No wonder her father said that the fiancé easily solved the family's trouble and could easily order the Buffon family people. Yang Ming was old Buffon's master. If this matter couldn't be done properly, It was simply impossible. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly gritted her teeth in anger. Looking at Yang Ming, who had a bitter smile on his face, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly laughed. You were fooled too? Nonsense. If I wasn't fooled, why would I dress up like this? Yang Ming shrugged helplessly. If I knew it was you, why would I waste this effort? Am I not sick in the head? But your bald head is really funny. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming's head and couldn't help but laugh. Come on, look at your appearance. It's funny. Yang Ming sat opposite Wang Xiaoyan. Since the two people had confirmed each other's identity, they naturally let go and were not as restrained as before. Didn't I do it for you? Wang Xiaoyan snorted. I came here to break off the engagement. Wasn't it just to be with you? Am I not doing it too? Yang Ming spread his hands and said innocently, I have made such a big sacrifice. My brain will be laughed at when I go back. You? Do you still care about this? Anyway, you already have so many women. You don't need one more, right? Wang Xiaoyan snorted. Her voice was a little jealous. Apparently, she thought that Yang Ming had more than one woman. That also requires a foundation of feelings. Yang Ming said awkwardly, I don't even know you, and I'm already engaged. How can I not break off the engagement? You dressed up like this. Are you afraid that I will like you? Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming for a long time, and finally couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I thought that I would dress myself up. Why didn't you mention it before? Wang Xiaoyan frowned. She was a little dissatisfied with Yang Ming's concealment. Why didn't you tell me earlier? My master didn't ask me to talk nonsense. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Why didn't you say that you were the miss of the butterfly family? I don't dare to talk about things in the family. Wang Xiaoyan also knew that she couldn't blame Yang Ming for this. She couldn't simply say it, so Yang Ming naturally couldn't simply say it. No wonder you have a butterfly tattoo on your body. Yang Ming suddenly thought of the tattoo on Wang Xiaoyan's body and said with a smirk. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly blushed. What are you talking about? How am I talking nonsense? Yang Ming smiled. I guess it's because your father and my master are a little unhappy with our resistance to this marriage, so they deliberately did such a thing to trick us. Dad! Wang Xiaoyan naturally thought of this possibility. Just now, she was angry and wanted to call her father out to ask, but she was interrupted by Yang Ming. At this time, Yang Ming mentioned it again, so she raised her voice to call her father out. You meant enough. Shouldn't we discuss the cancellation of the marriage? Wang Songzhan smiled and pushed open the door of the lounge and walked out. Dad, you... Wang Xiaoyan was furious. Tell me, did you do it deliberately? Deliberately? What deliberately? Wang Songzhan pretended to be ignorant and scratched his head. He looked at Wang Xiaoyan strangely. Yin, what are you talking about? Well, let's quickly discuss the cancellation of the marriage, so as not to be a joke. Uncle Wang, don't mess around. Did you already know about it? Yang Ming couldn't yell like Wang Xiaoyan. After all, the person in front of him was not Fang Tian. He could be impolite to Fang Tian, but he couldn't do that in front of Wang Xiaoyan. At least he was Wang Xiaoyan's father and his elder. Are you really Yang Ming? Wang Songzhan was shocked when he suddenly saw Yang Ming. How did Yang Ming become like this in just one afternoon? He wasn't like this in the morning. Is this Yang Ming? At this moment, although Yang Ming had taken off his sunglasses, his bald head and robe were still there. Especially the big, shiny thumb ring on his hand. It made Yang Ming look extremely vulgar. It's me. Yang Ming nodded. I'm afraid that I had the same idea as Yin Yin before. At this moment, Yang Ming felt very embarrassed. Although the current situation was set up by Wang Songzhan and Fang Tian, he did indeed swear that he would definitely cancel the marriage, and even achieve this goal at all costs. Wang Songzhan had reminded him more than once not to regret it in the future, but he still insisted on canceling the marriage. So no matter what, Yang Ming was still a little bit in the wrong. Yang Ming, you little brat, didn't you insist on canceling the marriage? Before Wang Songzhan could answer, Fang Tian's wretched and proud voice came out. Then, the door of Yang Ming's lounge opened, and Fang Tian walked out from inside. The marriage contract I set for you can naturally satisfy you. Are you satisfied now? The young lady of the butterfly family. Not bad, right, quack? Fong Tian's voice stopped abruptly when his gaze moved to Wang Xiaoyan. He made a quack sound like a duck and looked at Wang Xiaoyan dumbfoundedly. This, old Wang, is this your daughter? Look at your apprentice, and you will know if this is my daughter. Wang Songzhan smiled bitterly. It's really difficult for these two young people to be so scheming. They actually thought of the same thing and used the same method to make each other hate each other. It can be said that they have a tacit understanding. When Fong Tian heard Wang Songshan's words, he immediately understood the intention of Wang Xiaoyan's dressing at this moment. It should be the same idea as Yang Ming. Thinking of this, he laughed. These two little guys, old man Fong, are you deliberately making fun of me? Yang Ming's face turned red, and he was very unhappy. When you rejected the engagement that I set for you, why didn't you think about whether I was happy or not? Fong Tian glared and retorted, well, now I agree to you breaking off the engagement. You two have also met. Now it's time to study the specific matters of breaking off the engagement. Uncle Fong, you are deliberately angering me, right? When Wang Xiaoyan saw Fong Tian's figure, she remembered the mysterious man she saw before going to Vietnam. This person turned out to be the famous king of assassins, Fong Tian. Such an ordinary person actually has such a reputation. However, it seems that he is as wretched and indecent as her father. You two old men are shameless. Wang Ruoshui also walked in at this moment. She had completely seen the scene that happened before outside the restaurant. When she hurriedly listened to Wang Songshan's plan, she just felt that it was a bit of a joke. However, after experiencing it personally, she suddenly became angry. You two almost broke them up by doing this. Do you know that? How can this be a joke? Because Wang Ruoshui had missed Fong Tian before, she was particularly concerned about this kind of thing. She didn't want the same thing to happen to her niece, so she was a little excited at this moment. Chapter 1448. Wang Songzhan and Fong Tian blushed when they were scolded by Wang Ruoshui as shameless. Indeed, it was inappropriate for an elder to make such a joke with a junior. Especially Fong Tian. He didn't dare to say anything after being scolded by Wang Ruoshui. He lowered his head and looked like he was being bullied. Wang Songzhan couldn't do anything about it. He secretly hated Fong Tian for being a coward. Now, Wang Songzhan could only take the blame for the plan that they had discussed together. Ruoshui, don't be angry. Old Fong and I are only doing this because these two juniors don't know what's good for them. We originally arranged a perfect marriage for them, but they didn't cherish it. So, we're just teaching them a lesson. Ruoshui, you also saw that little friend Yang Ming wanted to break off the engagement no matter what. Wang Songzhan secretly said in his heart, Yang Ming, little friend, I'm sorry. I can only transfer the conflict to you. Otherwise, I would be scolded. Sure enough, Wang Songshan's heaven and earth great shift had transferred the conflict to Yang Ming without leaving a trace. After Wang Ruoshui heard this, she suddenly remembered Yang Ming's various actions of breaking off the engagement. Anger suddenly surged in her heart. Indeed, this kid really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. I kindly wanted to marry my niece to him, but he refused. He even proposed an absurd idea of a martial arts tie to achieve his goal. Then, he helped the butterfly family through the most difficult time. Wang Ruoshui was still grateful to Yang Ming. However, when she thought of Yang Ming's purpose, she didn't feel grateful at all. It was very simple. Yang Ming's purpose was not pure. His purpose of helping the butterfly family was entirely to break off the engagement. Yang Ming, how is my niece not worthy of you? Wang Ruoshui immediately raised her eyebrows at Yang Ming when she thought of this. You tried every means to break off the engagement? Now that you see that my niece is your sweetheart, you don't want to break off the engagement. What's the reason for this? How can the Wang family endure this? Do you think that the butterfly family is so easy to bully? That you can break off the engagement as you wish and marry as you wish? Aren't you looking down on the butterfly family and me, Wang Ruoshui? Who are you relying on to be so arrogant? Wang Songzhan didn't expect that his words would cause Wang Ruoshui to be so resentful. He looked at Yang Ming and said in his heart, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect my sister to have such a fiery temper. Good luck to you." And Wang Ruoshui's last sentence, "Whose power did you borrow to be so arrogant?" was obviously directed at Fong Tian. As soon as Wang Ruoshui said this, Fong Tian quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to make sound. Yang Ming cursed in his heart. This woman, Wang Ruoshui, vented all the resentment of the old man on me. Who did I provoke? How could he be so unlucky? He was so fucking unlucky. It seemed that if he didn't use a thunderous method to end the battle quickly, this Wang Ruoshui would always be a big trouble. As long as she thought of this matter in the future, she would use this as an excuse to insult him. How could he endure this? What if she was angry and caught him to compete with her? Would he still be alive? Yang Ming really couldn't do anything to such an old lover of Fong Tian and Wang Xiaoyan's aunt. Originally, Yang Ming had a lot of scruples. Now, there was another identity of Wang Xiaoyan's aunt, which was his own aunt. If Yang Ming made a move other than being beaten up like a punching bag, what else could he expect to fight back? Therefore, Yang Ming must solve this big problem once and for all. Otherwise, he would have a hard time in the future. Of course, once and for all did not mean that he would beat Wang Ruoshui directly, because this was impossible. Yang Ming's idea was to make Wang Ruoshui convinced and speechless, and she couldn't find any reason. This was a bit difficult. Yang Ming was best at fighting and killing, but he couldn't use it at this moment. It really gave Yang Ming a headache. Since he couldn't fight, then he would fight with his wits. Yang Ming, why don't you say something? Who are you relying on to dare to bully people like this? Wang Ruoshui saw that Yang Ming didn't speak and his expression was unpredictable, so she snorted and asked. In Wang Ruoshui's opinion, Yang Ming's so-called leverage was only Fong Tian. As long as Yang Ming said Fong Tian's name, then it would be fine. She would take care of Fong Tian together with this old guy. Wang Ruoshui had a deep resentment against Fong Tian. Although she had changed in the past 2 days, how could the resentment in her heart be resolved just like that? Fong Tian was still obedient to her, so she couldn't find a reason to be angry. Wang Ruoshui hoped that Fong Tian could be more unyielding so that she could cry and make a fuss with him. This would be more refreshing. However, Fong Tian didn't let her do as she wished. Therefore, while Wang Ruoshui was teaching Yang Ming a lesson, she deliberately directed the fire to Fong Tian. As long as Yang Ming cooperated, then her anger would be successfully transferred to Fong Tian. As for Yang Ming, he was just an innocent victim. How could Yang Ming understand Wang Ruoshui's complicated thoughts? Seeing that she was staring at him like a tiger watching its prey, Yang Ming was really a little timid. Hearing that she deliberately directed her anger to Fong Tian, Yang Ming thought that she wanted to scold both of them. Thinking of this, Yang Ming thought, Fong Tian is my master no matter what. I usually don't respect him, but at the critical moment, I can't be so unloyal. I can't sell Fong Tian directly. What's more, the relationship between Old Man Fong and Wang Ruoshui was complicated. It had become an established fact that the two of them could finally come together. Therefore, it was difficult to guarantee that if he betrayed Fong Tian now, Fong Tian and Wang Ruoshui would turn around and criticize him in a few days. Right? Thinking of the relationship between Fong Tian and Wang Ruoshui, Yang Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a solution. Immediately, Yang Ming's mouth drew a beautiful arc. If you want to say who I am relying on, this is not easy to say, right? What's so hard to say? Wang Ruoshui snorted. If you have something to say, just say it. Then, I'm really going to say it. Yang Ming pretended to be nervous and asked, but this is really not easy to say. Yang Ming, hurry up and say it. You're quite a big man. Why are you hesitating? Wang Ruoshui listened to Yang Ming's repeated words and was a little impatient. She glared at him and said angrily, well, then I'll say it. Yang Ming sighed and shrugged. When Yang Ming spoke, Fong Tian's face immediately turned green. He scolded in his heart. Kid, aren't you too disloyal? Don't you know how to take the blame for your master? You actually want to transfer Wang Ruoshui's anger to me? Aren't you too immoral? What's the use of having a disciple like you? Are you going to say it or not? If you want to say it quickly. Wang Ruoshui said anxiously. In fact, the reason why I am fearless and not worried at all is because the person behind me is simply too powerful. The entire butterfly family doesn't dare to provoke him. Even Uncle Wang, who is the family master, can't do it. Yang Ming said and shook his head. Even if you meet him, you have to avoid him. When Yang Ming said this, everyone present was stunned. However, Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui's faces immediately showed anger. They also vaguely guessed who Yang Ming's backer was. Could it be the Buffon family? Only the Buffon family's people would not dare to provoke Wang Songshan, who is the family master of the butterfly family, right? However, even so, you said it in front of so many people. What do you want me, the family master of the butterfly family, to put my face? What do you place the entire butterfly family in your eyes? Although Wang Ruoshui questioned Yang Ming aggressively before, she didn't have any malicious intentions. She just wanted to deal with Fong Tian together. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Ruoshui was actually referring to Fong Tian. However, what she didn't expect was that Yang Ming actually pulled out another person. Wasn't this obviously bullying others? Even if the butterfly family really couldn't afford to provoke the Buffon family, he couldn't say that, right? Yang Ming, who is the person you're talking about? Wang Ruoshui's face suddenly turned cold, and her tone became cold. Fong Tian's forehead also had some cold sweat. He thought that Yang Ming was really too young. How could he mention some external forces in this kind of situation? How could the butterfly family endure this? The most anxious person was Wang Xiaoyan. If she offended her father and aunt because of Yang Ming's words, how could she be together with Yang Ming in the future? How could she face her family? Chapter 1449. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but look at Yang Ming worriedly. However, she just happened to meet Yang Ming's mysterious gaze. He winked at her. Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned, but she immediately understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words. She couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that Yang Ming had his own plans. AI, if you want to talk about my biggest reliance, it's actually my master's wife. Once my master's wife appears, who can compete with her? Even my master became a softie in an instant. That's the king of assassins, Even he has to retreat. Yang Ming shook his head and said, Your master's wife? Wang Ruoshui's expression froze instantly. She looked at Yang Ming in astonishment. Who is your master's wife? It was no wonder that Wang Ruoshui was puzzled. Yang Ming's master was Fong Tian, but where did Yang Ming have a master's wife? One of Fong Tian's wives had been dead for a long time, and the other had been caught for a long time. It seemed that the one who was caught also died later. Then, where did Yang Ming, the master's wife, come from? Wang Ruoshui was confused by the situation, but Wang Songshan was a bystander. When he saw Yang Ming's fearless and proud look, he immediately understood who the so-called master's wife was. He couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, it's your master's wife. Even I have to retreat. Sure enough, sure enough. When Fong Tian, the old wretch, heard Yang Ming's word for the first time, he was also somewhat baffled. He was thinking about how Yang Ming had another master besides his own master. It was no wonder that Fong Tian would think so, because Fong Tian knew very well whether he had a wife or not. So, he was naturally surprised that Yang Ming had a master's wife that he didn't know about. However, after Wang Songzhan laughed, Fong Tian also reacted. These two old guys had been friends for life, and they had a tacit understanding. So, when Wang Songzhan laughed, Fong Tian understood and laughed with Wang Songzhan. He didn't care about Yang Ming calling him a coward because in front of this master's wife, So what if he was a coward? What are you two laughing at? Wang Ruoshui was even more inexplicable by Wang Songshan and Fong Tian's laughter. She couldn't help but point at Wang Songshan and Fong Tian angrily. Don't you feel ashamed that you are being scolded as the family master? You retreat when you see a woman? You still have the heart to laugh? And I scolded you for being a coward when you see that woman, and you still have the face to laugh? You too. Really? 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 What should I say? Now that I've been scolded by you, shouldn't I retreat? So what if I'm a family master? Don't you still dare to teach me a lesson? Wang Songshan smiled bitterly. Me too. After being scolded by you, I didn't even dare to talk back. I didn't even dare to raise my head. If I'm not a coward, what am I? Fong Tian also smiled bitterly. That's because you are in front of me. But that master's wife. Wang Ruoshui suddenly stopped when she said this, and then her face suddenly turned red. At this moment, she finally understood who the master's wife that Yang Ming was talking about was. No wonder Wang Songshan and Fong Tian suddenly laughed. No wonder they said those two strange words afterward. It turns out that the master's wife is actually me. Thinking of her relationship with Fong Tian, Wang Ruoshui also understood that the two of them would be together sooner or later. However, being called master's wife by Yang Ming in public, Wang Ruoshui couldn't help but blush even though she was already so old. Although Wang Ruoshui was no longer an inexperienced little girl, her mood with Fong Tian at this moment was no different from a little girl in love. For a moment, she was happy and annoyed. Originally, although her relationship with Fong Tian seemed to have eased, there always seemed to be a gap between them. This was also the reason why Wang Ruoshui took the opportunity to quarrel with Fong Tian. However, when Yang Ming exposed each other's identity in front of her brother and niece, Wang Ruoshui only felt that she was suddenly enlightened. The resentment and unhappiness that had been accumulating in her heart all disappeared in an instant. And all this was just because of Yang Ming's master's wife. Yes, I'm with Fong Tian. Am I not this kid's master's wife? It's not an exaggeration to say that this kid is relying on my power. In this butterfly family, even my brother, the current family master, has to give in to me, right? As for his master, Fong Tian, so what if he is a little cowardly in front of me? That's normal. Wang Ruoshui's mind was filled with thoughts. Her original anger had turned into gentleness. She no longer hated Yang Ming as before. Now, she liked him no matter how she looked at him. Because of the title of master's wife, it also made Wang Ruoshui's mentality and identity change greatly. Yes, I'm this kid's master's wife. How can I make things difficult for him? Instead, he should be helping him. Since he and my niece are in love, I'll just fulfill their wish. Master's wife, I'll make up for this apprenticeship gift later, but you can't find your disciple to compete with. How can I be your opponent? Yang Ming climbed up the pole and laughed. Besides, if master's wife fights with me, isn't it bullying? Wang Ruoshui's mind was in a mess because of Yang Ming. She no longer cared about teaching Yang Ming a lesson. Her face was burning as she turned around. You guys talk first. I'm going to rest for a while. After that, Wang Ruoshui didn't care about what the others present thought. She turned around and walked quickly to the entrance of the restaurant. Master, why don't you hurry up and seize the opportunity? Yang Ming smiled wretchedly at the wretched Fong Tian and reminded him, I'm going to rest for a while. You guys talk first. How could Fong Tian not understand Yang Ming's meaning? He also left the sentence and chased in the direction of Wang Ruoshui. At this point, only Wang Songshan, Yang Ming, and Wang Xiaoyan were left in the restaurant. The three of them looked at each other. In the end, Wang Songshan and Wang Xiaoyan's eyes were focused on Yang Ming, sizing him up. Cough, cough. Uncle Wang, Yin, why are you looking at me like this? Yang Ming was a little scared by the two people looking at him. Little friend Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted. Wang Songshan smiled thoughtfully. Your words not only solve your problem, but also your master's problem. You also let Ruoshui and Old Man Fong remember your kindness. I really can't compare to your scheming. You're really a hero from a young age. Ugh, Uncle Wong, you're overpraising me. Yang Ming sweated. Actually, I was also quick-witted. People are forced. If there wasn't this environment, I wouldn't have thought of it. But no matter what, the matter between you and Yin Yin could be considered settled. Wang Songzhan nodded. Right. As for the previous matter, you don't resent me and your master, right? Uncle Wong, you're joking. How can I resent you? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Forget it. Yin Yin and I can only blame ourselves for the lack of communication. We can't blame others. Dad, you still have the nerve to say that? Wang Xiaoyan was a little dissatisfied. Look at me. The tattoo on my hand is so difficult to clean. I told you to dress up prettily, but you didn't listen. Wang Songzhan said innocently. Wang Xiaoyan was speechless. Who dared to dress up prettily before? The butterfly family's banquet became a three-person affair. Only Yang Ming, Wang Songzhan, and Wang Xiaoyan were in the dining room. As for where Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui went, the three of them tacitly didn't ask. They were too lazy to ask. The two of them naturally went to flirt. Has the Lancer family responded? Yang Ming asked. Not yet, but it seems to be a bit difficult for him to personally hand over goods' head. Wang Songzhan shrugged. Even if I were Thomas, I wouldn't do it. You wouldn't? It doesn't matter. If he doesn't give it to us, we'll take it ourselves in a few days. Yang Ming smiled and said lightly. That's right. Isn't it easy to kill good? Wang Songzhan didn't doubt that he or Yang Ming had the ability to take good's head. The Lancer family had now become a stray dog. Wang Songzhan no longer had the cautious feeling he used to have. The only constraint, the supply of firearms, had been solved. In Wang Songshan's view, the Lancer family was nothing. Chapter 1450. At noon, Chun Fei brought the results of the appraisal over. It could be seen that Chun Fei attached great importance to this matter. The speed was so fast that both Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu were a little surprised. Jing Xiaolu took a deep breath nervously. Although she had long expected that the results of the appraisal should be similar to her own guess, everything was unpredictable. No one could guarantee that there would be no accidents, so Jing Xiaolu was still very nervous at the moment. Bao Sanli was not relaxed. Yang Ming was not at home, and there was a big mistake. Although this matter was led by Jing Xiaolu, he was the general manager. He was responsible for checking, not to mention that he was the one who signed the contract in the end. When it came to responsibility, he was responsible for most of it. Previously, there was an incident where several of his loyal team members absconded with funds, which made Bao Sanli feel fear and trepidation for a while. Although Yang Ming did not continue to hold on to this matter, Bao Sanli felt uncomfortable in his heart. Therefore, he was afraid that he would do something wrong again. However, what he was afraid of would happen. He was already very careful, and suddenly a pie fell from the sky and ushered in a cooperation with the Jiangyan company. He thought that if he facilitated this business, he could show his face in front of Yang Ming and make a contribution, which could be regarded as making up for his mistakes. However, the idea was good, but he did not expect to be set up by the other party just after signing the contract. Therefore, the fingerprint identification at this moment became the key to whether the whole thing could be solved. If it was really as Jing Xiaolu guessed, she had evidence in her hands. If she negotiated with the Jiangyan company again, then she had a bargaining chip. Even if the other party did not agree to change the contract, it could be solved by legal means. Director Chun, how is it? Jing Xiaolu stood up anxiously and looked at the report that Chun Fei brought in. Vice President Jing, as you expected, Su Xiaobin's fingerprints are not on the problematic page. Chun Fei handed the appraisal report in his hand to Bao Sanli and turned to smile at Jing Xiaolu. For Jing Xiaolu, this girl, Chun Fei was quite appreciative. From the beginning, he thought that she was a person who relied on connections to get to the top. The appraisal report explained all this. Jing Xiaolu was a very capable person. Really, Jing Xiaolu took the identification report from Chun Fei. When she saw the fingerprint identification results, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The big stone in her heart was finally lifted. As long as he had this report, everything would be fine. Of course it's true. You have the potential to be a criminal police officer. Chun Fei smiled and commented to Jing Xiaolu. But after he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. Although Jing Xiaolu was young, she was a vice president. It was a bit inappropriate for him to speak like an elder. In this world, ability came first and age was secondary. So, he said awkwardly, "Vice President Jing, I'm sorry. I unconsciously thought of you as a child. You're about the same age as my daughter." So I casually said, "It's okay." Why would Jing Xiaolu care about this? Jing Xiaolu was very happy that Chun Fei treated her as a child. Otherwise, it would be awkward if she and Chen Mingyan were sisters. But Chun Fei kept calling her Director Chun and Vice President Jing. So, Jing Xiaolu waved her hand again and again. "Actually, Sister Mingyan and I are classmates. We have a good relationship. If you call me Vice President Jing, I still feel not used to it. Why don't you call me Xiaolu, and I'll call you Uncle Chun." "Oh, you and Mingyan are good friends?" Chun Fei was slightly stunned. He glanced at Jing Xiaolu thoughtfully. It had to be said that Chun Fei's observation ability was very sharp. From Jing Xiaolu's call of Sister Mingyan, he heard some problems. Since Ming Yang Company was actually a company controlled by Yang Ming behind the scenes, and Jing Xiaolu worked here as a vice president, and she and his daughter Chen Mingyan were classmates, then she must be very familiar with Yang Ming, and the way she called Chun Mingyan. All this could prove that this girl seemed to have a deep relationship with Yang Ming. Yeah, Jing Xiaolu didn't put up any defenses. Although she was quite scheming, she didn't expect Chun Fei to have found some problems at this moment. "Sister Mingyan and I are very good. We often go out shopping together." Chun Fei nodded and smiled slightly. "Well, I will call you Xiaolu in the future. You can call me Uncle Chun. You don't have to be so polite." Chun Fei probably figured out the relationship between Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming. Although he was a little uncomfortable, he wasn't too angry. Chun Fei was very clear about the women around Yang Ming. In addition to his daughter, Chen Mingyan, there was also Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia. It was a ridiculous thing for his daughter to share a husband with another woman. Naturally, Chun Fei would not agree to it. However, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia were too special. They were so special that it was difficult for Chun Fei to say anything dissatisfied. Chun Fei could be said to be clear about the grievances between Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming. This case was handled by Chun Fei personally. Chun Fei was very clear about how Yang Ming was inexplicably framed, and Lin Jiyun was also involved. Therefore, the whole thing could be said that both Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were victims. Lin Jiyun finally gave up pursuing Yang Ming's responsibility and closed the case, which also allowed Yang Ming to escape a disaster. Otherwise, at this moment, Yang Ming might have spent his time in prison. Although Lin Jiyun's reason was ridiculous, saying that the two of them were originally boyfriend and girlfriend, and that she reported the case because of a quarrel. If this was spread out, it was probably a bit outrageous. However, it was precisely because of Lin Jiyun's final attitude that Yang Ming was saved. Therefore, Chun Fei really couldn't say anything about Lin Jiyun reappearing at Yang Ming's side during the university. Chun Fei gave all the decision-making rights to his daughter, Chen Mingyan. As long as his daughter didn't say anything, Chun Fei wouldn't say anything. Anyway, they were still young, right? As for Zhou Jiejia, who appeared later, Chun Fei had nothing to interfere with. This girl's heroic deeds and methods made Chun Fei, a man of iron, unable to hold back his tears. More importantly, Zhou Jiejia was injured because of Yang Ming, and it was entirely because of his case. If he didn't send Zhou Jiejia to Wang Shifan's house to be an undercover, how could Zhou Jiejia be in danger? How could she take a bullet for Yang Ming? Therefore, for this girl who helped him solve a big case and took a bullet for Yang Ming, Chun Fei really couldn't say anything. He couldn't say a word. He couldn't say anything. As a person, one shouldn't be ungrateful. If he had an opinion on Zhou Jiejie, then he would be ungrateful. Letting Yang Ming leave Zhou Jiejie was also ungrateful. In a dilemma, Chun Fei chose to be silent. As long as his daughter didn't have an opinion and Chen Mingyan was happy, then everything would be fine. Children and grandchildren would have their own fortune. Chun Fei finally thought it through. Why do I care so much? Isn't it because I'm afraid that Chen Mingyan will suffer grievances? Since my daughter didn't say anything, what else can I say? Therefore, for the appearance of Jing Xiaolu, Chun Fei was just uncomfortable, and then he let it go. Since she could become good friends with Chen Mingyan, and listening to her tone, it seemed that she put Chen Mingyan first. Chun Fei wouldn't say anything. Okay, Uncle Chun. Jing Xiaolu's eyes narrowed into a line, and she was delighted. Chun Fei couldn't figure out what Jing Xiaolu was thinking, so he didn't continue this topic. Do you need my help with the rest of the matter? I won't trouble you first. Bao Sanli knew that this kind of thing would be solved more smoothly if Chun Fei, an official in the judicial world, came forward. However, he wasn't willing to add more trouble to Chun Fei. After all, the other party wasn't a person from Songjiang City, but a person from Jiangyan City. Moreover, it was the largest private enterprise in the province. No one would believe that they didn't have a background and connections. Therefore, even if Chun Fei came forward, if the other party used a bigger background to suppress Chun Fei, it would create trouble for Chun Fei. The other party is a person from the Jiangyan group. It's not so easy to be coerced, so it's better to negotiate through normal means first. If it really doesn't work, then we'll go through legal procedures. All right, if there are any difficulties, call me again. Chun Fei nodded. He knew what Bao Sanli was worried about, but Chun Fei wasn't afraid of anything. It was reasonable for him to intervene. After all, he was in the right. Moreover, the Mingyang Security Company was also a subordinate company of his bureau. It was also his duty. Chapter 1451. What are we going to do next? After leaving the office building of the city police station, Bao Sanli got in the car and asked Jing Xiaolu in the driver's seat. Bao Sanli was not a person who was greedy for power. Since Chun Fei had a positive attitude toward Jing Xiaolu, it proved that Jing Xiaolu was really capable. If he couldn't solve it himself, then it was fine to give the leadership to Jing Xiaolu. What's more, this was Brother Yang's woman, which was his sister-in-law. Bao Sanli didn't feel that he would lose face. Previously, Jing Xiaolu was promoted to the position of vice president because of Yang Ming. The other reason was that two of the company's vice presidents ran away, and there was a vacancy, so Jing Xiaolu could be promoted smoothly. But for Jing Xiaolu's ability, he didn't take it too seriously. However, yesterday, Jing Xiaolu suddenly found a flaw in the contract, and it was confirmed today. Bao Sanli thoroughly admired Jing Xiaolu, this young girl. Let's try to contact the people of the Jiangyan group first. Jing Xiaolu thought about it and said, I will go to Su Xiaobin in a while and go to Jiangyan City with him to contact the senior management of the Jiangyan group. We have evidence in hand. I'm not afraid that he won't admit it. All right, but if you go alone as a girl? Bao Sanli asked with some concern. It's okay. I will go with Su Xiaobin. Besides, it's a negotiation, not a fight. I think a big company like the Jiangyan Group won't use some underhanded means, said Jing Xiaolu. Speaking of underhanded means, they have already used it. Bao Sanli disagreed. They can do things like using incense before. What else can't they do? I think we have to guard against it. As soon as Bao Sanli's words reminded Jing Xiaolu, her heart suddenly trembled. Yes, the Jiangyan Group may not play these underhanded means, but there is one person who can't be sure. That is Liu Jifei. Now Liu Jifei is at the Jiangyan Group's headquarters. If I go, it is not impossible for this kid to make trouble. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu suddenly hesitated. Xiaolu, how about this? I will take a few people with you. Although we are not familiar with this place, we're not easy to bully. The other party will not dare to act rashly. Bao Sanli said, All right, that's all we can do. However, unless we have no other choice, we must not take the initiative to look for trouble. Otherwise, we will definitely be at a disadvantage in the other party's territory. Jing Xiaolu thought about it and agreed. After all, she was also afraid that Lu Jifei would play some tricks. Then, she wouldn't be able to deal with it. After Bao Sanli returned to the company, he didn't stay any longer. He gathered by Hai, Delay, and others and rushed to Jiangyan City with Jing Xiaolu. On the highway, a BMW X5 was followed by a Jinbei commercial van. The two cars quickly headed for Jiangyan City. Jing Xiaolu drove Yang Ming's BMW this time, not her own. It was because Yang Ming's car had an official pass, which allowed him to avoid some traffic control in the province and save him a lot of trouble. The speed of the two cars was very fast, but when the traffic police saw the pass in Jing Xiaolu's car, they let them go smoothly. It could be seen that this small pass was very useful. However, if this thing was compared to Yang Ming's Supernatural Investigation Bureau ID, it would pale in comparison. Yang Ming's ID was the real all-purpose pass. This was also the first time that Su Xiaobin saw the power of the Ming-Yang Security Company. Although they were in Songjiang, they could even get a pass issued by the Donghai province. The background behind the Ming-Yang Security Company could be seen. However, he didn't know that the actual owner of this car was Yang Ming. If Yang Ming didn't have a special identity as a special consultant of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, this kind of pass, which was rare in the province, couldn't be issued to Yang Ming. However, in Su Xiaobin's eyes, it was a little different. He was secretly worried about the Jiangyan group this time, and he was somewhat fortunate. It seems that the Ming-Yang Security Company not only has local power, but must also have a considerable background in the province. This time, he was on the same side as the Ming-Yang Security Company. If this matter was solved smoothly, then the Ming-Yang Security Company would definitely not let him suffer a loss. The newly established escort company would have a position for him. If this matter was not solved smoothly, Su Xiaobin also thought it through. At most, he would just resign. Fuck his uncle. The hatred between Lu Jifei and me has reached the point where it can't be reconciled. Even if I can't beat him, even if I hide and bear with it, Lu Jifei may not let me go. At that time, it was possible for him to use his position to make things difficult for me. Maybe it was possible for him to make false accounts and put me in prison. For a guy like Lu Jifei, what couldn't he do? Therefore, Su Xiaobin simply thought that if the matter couldn't be solved, then he would just resign. He believed that at that time, there would still be a place for him in the Ming-Yang Company. People like Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli, who were loyal, would not ignore him. Therefore, this matter was not necessarily a bad thing, but he did suffer a loss because Lu Jifei took advantage of his wife for nothing. Thinking of this, Su Xiaobin couldn't help but sigh. It's really suffocating for a man to reach this point. He was cuckolded, but he didn't dare to say anything. In the end, he still didn't have the ability. If he had enough ability and strength, what was Lu Jifei? Looking at Su Xiaobin sighing on the side, Bao Sanli seemed to understand what he was worried about. He patted his shoulder comfortingly and said, "President Su, don't worry. Don't think so much. Whether this matter can be solved or not, we will accept your invitation. If you can't come to our company, we can't give you the position of vice president, but we can still give you the position of department manager. At least it is much better than your previous office manager." "Thank you." Su Xiaobin nodded gratefully. "President Bao, with your words, I am relieved. I can also arrange for your girlfriend to enter the company and do a clerical job. Don't have any burden on your mind," Bao Sanli said with a smile. "Then, I will thank you on behalf of Wang Lisha first." Su Xiaobin didn't expect Bao Sanli to remember his girlfriend, and he was even more grateful. The group finally arrived at Jiangyan City before sunset and parked the car in the parking lot of the Jiangyan group. Looking at the magnificent building in front of him, Bao Sanli couldn't help but sigh. The gap between me and others is really not small. My Ming-Yang Security and Ming-Yang Entertainment are also one of the largest companies in Songjiang, but compared with others, they are not worth mentioning. Such a magnificent aura and such a majestic building made Bao Sanli feel a lot of pressure. It seems that I still need to work hard. I am a frog in the well, and I will never be able to achieve great things. This time, it was not necessarily a bad thing. It also made Bao Sanli clear what a big company and a big group was. What do you want? Before Jing Xiaolu and her group entered the lobby of the building, they were stopped by the security guard at the door and asked. Originally, if there were only one or two people, the security guard would not ask, but directly let them in. After entering the lobby of the building, the front desk reception would be responsible for the inquiry. However, Jing Xiaolu's group was too many, and there were several strong men, which made the security guard vigilant. I am Su Xiaobin, the manager of the group's Songjiang office. This is my ID card. Su Xiaobin took out a card and handed it to the security guard who stopped them. Then he said, "These are the company's partners. I want to take them to see President Liu." Chapter 1452. After checking Su Xiaobin's ID card and confirming that there was no problem, he glanced at the license plate of Jing Xiaolu and the others. After confirming that they were from Songjiang, he nodded and let them go, especially when he saw the license plate number of the BMW X5 that Jing Xiaolu drove. He couldn't help but be a little moved. Songbi 88B88. These people had the strength to become the company's partners, so his attitude was better. "Everyone, please, but you need to register with me at the front desk first," said the security guard. "No problem." Su Xiaobin nodded and took Jing Xiaolu and the others into the company lobby. After a simple registration, Su Xiaobin took Jing Xiaolu and the others to the elevator, but the elevator door opened unexpectedly. Lu Jifei was accompanying a man to walk out of the elevator. On Lu Jifei's face was a flattering slave, while the other man on the side was walking elegantly in front. For Lu Jifei's words, this man seemed to not listen at all. He had a high and arrogant attitude. "Su Xiaobin, why are you here again? Didn't I ask you to go back to Songjiang?" The moment the man walked out of the elevator, he also saw Su Xiaobin outside and frowned. "You are the group's Songjiang office manager. How can you leave your post? You are malfeasance." "Vice President Liu, Su Xiaobin's expression was stagnant. Previously, when he came to the group's headquarters and handed over the phone recording to Lu Jinan deleted the recording. He didn't think much about it, but after going back and going through Jing Xiaolu's analysis, Su Xiaobin began to suspect that there was something fishy between Lu Jinan and Lu Jifei. Now that he saw Lu Jinan and Lu Jifei walking together, and Lu Jifei flattering Lu Jinan with a smile, Su Xiaobin's heart suddenly thumped. It seems that Jing Xiaolu is right. Lu Jinan is simply biased towards Lu Jifei. What's stabilizing the overall situation and internal unity? It's all nonsense. I was almost fooled by these two bastards. Thinking of this, Su Xiaobin's heart was filled with anger, and his tone became cold. "Vice President Liu, these people are from the Songjiang Mingyang Security Company. They have important things to report to the group's senior management." Oh, Lu Jinan didn't expect that the people brought by Su Xiaobin were actually from the Mingyang Security Company. He snorted coldly in his heart. This Su Xiaobin has probably discovered that I am protecting Lu Jifei, and he has begun to betray me. He actually brought the people of the Mingyang Security Company to the headquarters to report the situation. What was his intention? However, Lu Jinan, a child of a big family, was usually arrogant. He didn't put the Mingyang Security Company in his eyes at all. It was true that the other party might be one of the top companies in the local city, but in the eyes of a behemoth like the Jiangyan Group, it was not worth mentioning. He glanced at Bao Sanli and the others coldly and arrogantly. His gaze only stayed on Jing Xiaolu for a few seconds because only Jing Xiaolu made him interested. This is a beautiful woman. If I can get her into my bed. With this idea, Lu Jinan planned to feel out Jing Xiaolu's background later to see if he could get her. "Are you from Mingyang Company?" Lu Jinan asked faintly. "Do you have any business?" This arrogant attitude made Bao Sanli so angry that he really wanted to beat him up. Isn't this guy asking for a beating? Who does he think he is? However, for the sake of the overall situation, Bao Sanli still had to say calmly, Vice President Liu, right? I'm the general manager of the Mingyang Security Company, Bao Sanli. Should we find a quiet place to talk in detail? Bao Sanli's words were very clear. We have important things to talk about with you. Of course, we can't talk about it while standing at the elevator door. If we really show the evidence in public, I don't think it will look good on anyone's face. However, Lu Jianan didn't seem to appreciate it at all. He didn't understand, or he didn't bother to respond even if he understood. He just said faintly, if there's anything, just say it here. I'll give you 10 minutes. I still have to eat. Su Xiaobin, fuck your father. You're a traitor. What is your intention to bring the people of the Mingyang Company to the headquarters? Lu Jifei jumped out without waiting for Bao Sanli and Su Xiaobin to respond. As a dog, he was very qualified. The moment his master's voice fell, he ran out to bite. Do you not want to work anymore? Lu Jianan naturally couldn't say such vulgar words. Although he was a narrow-minded person, he was very hypocritical in public and would not easily slander his own reputation. However, Lu Jifei spoke up for him, which made Lu Jianan appreciate him very much. He cast an affirmative look at Lu Jifei, and his satisfaction with Lu Jifei, this lackey, was even higher. Lu Jifei was stimulated by Lu Jianan's approving gaze. He was even more arrogant, as if he was injected with hormones. And you, Jing Xiaolu, you smelly bitch. I don't know how you got a nouveau riche, but you don't know what to do? Do you think you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth after becoming a vice president? Fuck. I tell you, my backer is Lu Jianan, President Liu. If I want to play you to death, it's just a matter of minutes. Do you know who her brother Nan is? He is the grandson of the group's chairman, Old Master Liu. Lu Jifei had Lu Jianan's support, so he was not afraid of Su Xiaobin, Bao Sanli, Jing Xiaolu, and the others. Especially after knowing that Lu Jianan deleted the phone recording in Su Xiaobin's hand. He was even more fearless. His ability to observe people's expressions was better. When he saw Lu Jifei's eyes, he glanced at Bao Sanli and the others contemptuously, but his eyes stayed on Jing Xiaolu for a long time. Moreover, his eyes changed from contempt to desire. As a man, Lu Jifei knew very well under what circumstances a man would have this kind of look, so Lu Jianan was undoubtedly interested in Jing Xiaolu. Well, since I can't bite this tough bone, then I will let Lu Jianan, a person with a big background, bite it. It is also my revenge. Moreover, I pointed out Jing Xiaolu's background in time, and I can also win Lu Jianan's favor. When Lu Jianan heard Lu Jifei's brief description of Jing Xiaolu's background, he felt that Lu Jifei was a talent. He was good at dealing with people, and he had good judgment. When I just became interested in Jing Xiaolu, he could detect it. He also pointed out Jing Xiaolu's background very cooperatively. It seems that I have to promote him in the future. The previous suspicion of Jing Xiaolu was completely thrown to the back of his mind. It turned out that she was just a woman who sold her body. Such a woman was the easiest to get. As long as I gave her a lot of benefits, would I be afraid that she would not take the initiative to run into my arms? What are you talking about? Kid, if you have the guts, say what you said before again. Otherwise, apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, do you believe that I will kill you? When Bai Hai saw Jing Xiaolu being scolded, he was immediately unwilling. He knew the relationship between Jing Xiaolu and Yang Ming. The reason why he could have his current status like a rocket was because Gu Xinyao, Jing Xiaolu, and Lin Jian were good friends. So, when Jing Xiaolu was bullied, he was naturally the first to stand up. Who are you? Lu Jifei glanced at Bai Hai and looked at Bao Sanli sarcastically. President Bao, right? Look at what kind of people are in your company. What are their qualities? Are they threatening people? Bai Hai. Bao Sanli took a deep breath and yelled at Bai Hai. The humiliation he suffered today, he would definitely return it back in the future. But now, after all, they were in someone else's territory. A little impatience would spoil the big plan. Yang Ming was not at home to preside over the overall situation. So Bao Sanli did not allow any accidents. So at this moment, he could only bear it. President Liu, the person next to you is not a high-quality talent, right? He keeps saying that he brings his mother with him. He doesn't seem to be much better than our people. Huh? Who told you that he is a person? He's my dog. Lu Jianan laughed after listening to Bao Sanli's words. Do you expect a dog to follow the rules? Bao Sanli, Jing Xiaolu, and Bai Hai, including Su Xiaobin, were all stunned. They didn't expect Lu Jianan to explain Lu Jifei like this. As for Bao Sanli, he couldn't say this. Bai Hai was his brother and friend. Although they had a superior and subordinate relationship, he couldn't be said to be a dog. If Bao Sanli or Bai Hai were Yang Ming's dog, it would be fine because it was not an insult but a kind of glory. However, Lu Jianan obviously did not have that kind of height. He was just an idiot. Bao Sanli felt that he didn't even have the qualifications to be Brother Yang's dog. So he despised Lu Jifei, who was even more of an idiot who flattered. Sure enough, not only was Lu Jifei not angry, but he looked like a subservient Pekingese dog. The only thing missing was a woof woof. Chapter 1453. Bao Sanli really wanted to curse out loud. However, even if he was unhappy, he wouldn't bother about it. That was equivalent to bickering with a dog. However, it also showed that this Lu Jianan was not an easy person to deal with. Sure enough, he came from a big family. He could resolve the crisis with just one sentence. Vice President Liu, do you mean that you don't plan to find a quiet place to talk with us? Jing Xiaolu raised her eyebrows. It didn't make any sense to be angry with Lu Jifei. Business was more important. Moreover, since Lu Jianan said that Lu Jifei was a dog, Jing Xiaolu was not angry with Lu Jifei's previous words at all. Since his owner said that he was a dog, then no matter how loud and unpleasant a dog's bark was, he was just a dog after all. Oh! Seeing that Jing Xiaolu finally spoke, Lu Jianan's interest was piqued. He looked at Jing Xiaolu up and down, and a trace of evil desire flashed in his eyes. Miss Jing, if you are alone, I can still waste some time to talk with you. Do you have to be gentlemanly in front of a lady? But as for others, they don't have enough face to delay my meal. Vice President Liu, what do you mean? Jing Xiaolu pretended not to understand and frowned. In fact, how could she not understand Lu Jianan's meaning at the moment? However, Jing Xiaolu would not give Lu Jianan any chance. Vice President Liu, we are here to talk about important things. It's not about being gentlemanly. Since Vice President Liu is not free, then we can find someone else to talk about. I believe that a vice president can't have the final say in this big Jiangyan group. Jing Xiaolu, Brother Nin is kind enough to remind you, but you are not alert. Lu Jifei jumped out again. He was really professional at being a dog. I'm not afraid to tell you that although Brother Nan is the vice president, the president is Brother Nan's father, and the chairman is Brother Nan's grandfather. It's useless to find anyone. If you offend Brother Nan, don't mention this Jiangyan company. Even in this Jiangyan city, it will be difficult for you to do anything. Jifei, since they are willing to find someone else, then let them be. Let's go eat. Lu Jianan shrugged uninterestedly. This was originally a tricky matter. Lu Jianan was also very clear about the purpose of Bao Sanli and the others. It was nothing more than to change the contract. Therefore, Lu Jianan wasn't willing to waste time on them. Since they were willing to find someone else, Lu Jianan couldn't wait to get rid of this burden. As long as the signed contract was firmly in his hands, no matter how much trouble Bao Sanli made, as long as he didn't agree to change the contract, no one could do anything. That was why Lu Jianan was so fearless. Sure, Brother Nan, please. Lu Jifei ran to open the way for Lu Jianan. When he turned around, he did not forget to glare fiercely at Jing Xiaolu. He also made an obscene gesture to Su Xiaobin and mouthed something. Su Xiaobin saw the mouth shape very clearly. It was his girlfriend, Zhang Lixia. Oh, Su Xiaobin's breathing became hurried, and he clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to punch Lu Jifei to death on the spot, but he knew that Lu Jifei was under Lu Zhenan's protection, so he couldn't move at all. If this was in Songjiang, I would have beaten him until his father couldn't recognize him. No, I would beat his father too. Bai Hai gritted his teeth fiercely. He looked at the backs of Lu Zhenan and Lu Jifei and scolded heavily. It seems that Lu Zhenan is most likely not going to talk to us face to face. Jing Xiaolu frowned. I'm most afraid that he will use this trick. If he can really sit down and talk to us face to face, I believe that we have a 90% chance of persuading him to change the contract. After all, if this matter goes to court, not to mention the outcome, it will still have a great impact on the reputation of the Jiangyan Group. But now, he doesn't give us this opportunity. He obviously doesn't put us in his eyes. Vice President Liu is like this. Su Xiaobin smiled bitterly. However, the Jiangyan Group is not necessarily a monolithic block. Since he doesn't cooperate, we can still find someone else. Vice President Jing also said before. Now, the attitude of Lu Jifei and Lu Zhenan pushed Su Xiaobin to Bao Sanli's side. Originally, there were some words that Su Xiaobin of the Jiangyan Group couldn't say. After all, the previous resentment with Lu Jifei was only a personal grudge, and it was not to the extent of implicating the entire company. However, Lu Zhenan's current actions completely broke Su Xiaobin's heart, so he said these words. Oh. Jing Xiaolu was slightly stunned, and then she said happily, President Su, do you mean that in addition to Lu Zhenan, there are other people in charge of the Jiangyan Group, or people with enough weight who can solve this matter? Previously, Jing Xiaolu also collected information about the Lu family from the internet, but it was only on the internet. There was no way to verify whether it was true or false. However, with Su Xiaobin, a member of the family, leading the way, it could save a lot of trouble. Lu Huamei, the daughter of the Lu family's first branch, is now very disagreeable with Lu Zhenan. If we can get her support, I believe this matter will be half solved. Su Xiaobin said, also, Lu Zhiqiao is also possible. Although he is Lu Zhenan's younger brother, the two brothers have always had conflicts. So, are we going to find Lu Huamei or Lu Zhiqiao now? Jing Xiaolu asked with bright eyes. These two are not my direct leaders. Although I have seen them, I have never talked to them. It's hard to say whether I can contact them. Su Xiaobin smiled bitterly. However, we can only try now. Sorry to trouble you. Jing Xiaolu nodded gratefully. Legal means were the last resort. Jing Xiaolu was not completely sure whether she could win a lawsuit. After all, the evidence in hand now was auxiliary evidence. There was no direct evidence. If this lawsuit was filed in Songjiang, the Mingyang company still had full confidence with Chen Fei's support. However, if it was in Jiangyan, the Jiangyan Group's territory, whether it was the Jiangyan Group's background or local protectionism, it was beyond the Mingyang company's reach. Even if this lawsuit could be won in the end, the Mingyang company couldn't afford to drag it out. Therefore, it was the best way to solve it peacefully. As for other means, Bao Sanli really didn't dare to act rashly. The Jiangyan Group's power in Jiangyan City was obviously not to be trifled with. It was simply a fool's dream for a few people to cross the river fiercely. Excuse me, what is the phone number of Director Liu of the Finance Department? Su Xiaobin turned to the front desk and asked the lady at the front desk. Please wait a moment, Mr. Su. The lady at the front desk quickly checked the number and said, the extension number is 6011. Do you need me to connect it for you? Okay. Su Xiaobin nodded and took the extension number that the lady at the front desk connected. Hello, I'm Lu Huamei. Lu Huamei frowned as she looked at the financial statement in her hand. This month, Lu Zhenan had obviously signed more accounts for reimbursement. Lu Huamei really couldn't say anything to her big brother. If it weren't for the strong support of the old man, the position of director of the finance department would have been replaced by Lu Zhenan's confidant. Even if Lu Huamei had some restrictions on Lu Zhenan in this position, Lu Zhenan could always find some loopholes to take advantage of. For example, the vice president's reimbursement could not exceed 100,000 yuan. However, there was no limit to the number of transactions. This resulted in Lu Jianan being able to split one transaction into several transactions. This allowed him to consolidate the power in his hands and directly digest some of the transactions that originally required the signature of the chief financial officer before they could be reported. Chapter 1454. Lu Huamei had only discovered this loophole recently. Lu Jianan wasn't so unscrupulous before, and he didn't violate any rules. It was only in the past month that he began to open orders. If there wasn't any expert behind this, then with her elder brother's IQ, Lu Huamei smiled disdainfully. Does he think that I can't see through such a low-level trick? Lu Huamei decided to mention this loophole at the next board meeting to remedy it and stop Lu Jianan's path. While thinking about the wording of the meeting, the phone rang. Lu Huamei picked up the phone politely out of habit. Although she still had things on her mind at the moment and didn't want to be distracted by other things, her tone of voice wasn't affected at all. Director Lu, I'm Su Xiaobin, the person in charge of the group's Songjiang office. Are you free now? Su Xiaobin asked carefully. Songjiang office? Su Xiaobin? Lu Huamei was stunned. She had already searched for this name in her mind in an instant, but she had no impression of it. She shouldn't have dealt with him before. Moreover, the office wasn't managed by her. Theoretically speaking, she shouldn't have any business relationship with this person named Su Xiaobin. However, since the other party had clearly found her and was an internal member of the group, Lu Huamei naturally wouldn't ignore it. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? Director Lu, it's like this. Our group has cooperated with a local security company in Songjiang. The other party has a lot of dissatisfaction with our company in terms of the contract, and they want to reflect it to the group's senior management. Su Xiaobin said carefully. Oh, Lu Huamei had heard that the group had recently cooperated with a local security company in Songjiang and established a new banknote escort company. However, why did the other party look for her to reflect the problem? She was the director of the finance department and was responsible for the company's finance. Even if there was a problem, she should reflect it to the president or vice president, right? Hearing the doubts in Lu Huamei's words, Su Xiaobin quickly explained. Director Lu, are you free now? There are some things that can only be explained clearly in person. Su Xiaobin deliberately emphasized the word in person and emphasized on it. He believed that with Lu Huamei's intelligence, it wouldn't be difficult to hear the problem contained in it. Sure enough, Lu Huamei raised her eyebrows after hearing Su Xiaobin's words. She was keenly aware of something strange. Su Xiaobin, as the company's office manager, didn't look for Lu Jianan or Lu Hua to reflect the situation, but he looked for her. It was impossible that this didn't explain anything. All right, come up. I'll wait for you in the office. Lu Huamei hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Although she didn't want to have a direct conflict with Lu Huan's family, recently, her uncle and two cousins were getting more and more overboard. Lu Huamei couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't even hesitate to harm the company's interests to go against her. Lu Huamei could understand if they were fighting openly and secretly without harming the family's interests. She had grown up in such a family and was used to it. Lu Huamei could not tolerate Lu Hua wanting to push her out of the Jiangyan group. Lu Huamei could not tolerate it. Lu Huamei could not accept it. If grandfather wasn't still alive, I'm afraid that I would be. Lu Huamei sighed. Her father was lying in the hospital, and his life was uncertain. Her mother was a weak woman, but she stayed by her father's bedside and cried every day. This family could only be supported by herself. Lu Huamei didn't want anything else but to fight for her dignity. She was also a member of the Lu family and the eldest granddaughter of the eldest son. Why couldn't she have a place in the Jiangyan group? However, the current situation was not optimistic. No matter how strong Lu Huamei was, her current position was maintained by Lu Jiangyan support. Even if Lu Jiangyan died today, it was estimated that Lu Huamei would be removed from the position of chief financial officer tomorrow. Sometimes, Lu Huamei really felt mentally and physically exhausted, but there was no other way. Sometimes you didn't want to fight for power and only wanted to take back what belonged to you. However, the other party wanted to kill you. Lu Huamei smiled bitterly. If it weren't for her being too strong and amazing, would Lu Hua's family still treat her like this? However, if she acted a little cowardly, she might not even be able to keep her shares, right? Lu Huamei was keenly aware of something after listening to Su Xiaobin's words. Su Xiaobin probably ran into a wall through normal channels. He only came to her because he had no other choice. Lu Huamei could guess that Su Xiaobin was using her discord with Lu Hua's family to get her to help him. However, so what if she knew? If what Su Xiaobin was reporting was really a big deal for the company, then Lu Huamei would stand up without hesitation even if she knew that she was being used. This was the fundamental difference between her and Lu Jinan. Lu Huamei's starting point was for the good of the company. She was fundamentally different from Lu Hua, Lu Jinan, and Lu Zhiqiao. This was also one of the reasons why old master Lu Jianyin supported Lu Huamei. It wasn't just because of Lu Huamei's intelligence. No matter how smart she was, old master Lu Jianyin wouldn't be assured a hand over the foundation that he had worked hard for half of his life to her if it was for himself. Dang, dang, dang. There was a clear knock on the door. Lu Huamei put the report in her hand in the drawer, then raised her head and said to the person outside, "Please come in." Director Lu. Su Xiaobin walked in respectfully with Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli. As for Bai Hai and the others, they stayed in the lounge next to the company lobby. The reason why he brought so many people before was to prevent Lu Jinan from playing any tricks. However, since the target had become Lu Huamei, Su Xiaobin naturally heard a lot of rumors about this talented woman who was devoted to the public interest. Therefore, he didn't need to bring so many people up. That would be bad. It would make Lu Huamei feel that their intentions were impure, which would be disadvantageous to the situation. Su Xiaobin didn't dare to underestimate the little girl in front of him who might not even be 20 years old. Age didn't matter. Ability came first. Su Xiaobin introduced carefully. "I'm Su Xiaobin, the person in charge of the group's Song Jiang office. This is the general manager of Song Jiang Mingyang Security Company, Bao Sanli. This is the vice president, Jing Xiaolu." Oh, Lu Huamei didn't expect the other party to have a general manager and a vice president. This lineup was really strong. Lu Huamei had investigated the Song Jiang Mingyang Security Company before. Although Lu Huamei didn't pay too much attention to this local tyrant company, she still couldn't underestimate it, especially since the other party's people were all in charge. Lu Huamei quickly got up to greet them and extended her hand with a smile. "Welcome, welcome, President Bao, Vice President Jing." If Jing Xiaolu was the only one who came, Lu Huamei would naturally omit the word vice president. However, since the other party's general manager was also here, it wasn't good to omit the word vice president. Bao Sanli was very surprised that this legendary director was a little girl around 20 years old. However, he didn't show it. He politely shook hands and said, "Director Lu, sorry to disturb you." Lu Huamei didn't feel anything wrong with Bao Sanli. However, her gaze fell on Jing Xiaolu, and Lu Huamei was shocked. It was already a miracle that she was able to sit in the position of the company's CFO at the age of 20. Moreover, the other party seemed to be around the same age as her, yet she was already a vice president. Although the Mingyang Security Company was much smaller than the Jianyan Group, Lu Huamei intuitively felt that this girl couldn't be underestimated. Could it be that the other party also relied on her father to get her position? However, whether she had the ability or not, she would know in a while. However, Lu Huamei didn't know why, but she had a faint hostility towards Jing Xiaolu, a girl who was also ridiculously beautiful. This hostility didn't mean that she had any opinions about the Mingyang Security Company that Jing Xiaolu represented, but it was only directed at Jing Xiaolu herself. This was purely the jealousy of a beautiful and capable woman when she saw another beautiful and equally capable woman. Chapter 1455. Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu was also sizing up the legendary genius girl of the Liu family. She dropped out of school and returned home. She sat in the position of financial director in just a few months. Even if she had the support of her family, how could she be put in such an important position if she didn't have the ability? Who would give the position of financial director to a young girl unless they wanted to ruin the company? She was the company's chief manager. However, Jing Xiaolu wasn't too jealous of Liu Huamei. Jing Xiaolu knew her own business. She was almost killed by Liu Jifei. Although she had evidence now, she was still at a disadvantage. Even if she saved the company's losses, it was inevitable that she would be a little scared. Moreover, she was worried that Yang Ming would be furious when he came back and remove her as the vice president. Liu Huamei. Liu Huamei didn't put on airs and directly reported her name. Although she also knew that the other party might have known her name long ago, it didn't matter. Her actions also represented her appreciation for Jing Xiaolu. After the few of them sat down, Liu Huamei ordered the secretary to serve tea. Then, she asked calmly, "Manager Su, you said that you have something to report to me, right? However, I want to know why you didn't directly look for the president or vice president." Although Liu Huamei had faintly guessed that Su Xiaobin might have run into a wall with Liu Hua or Liu Jinan, she still needed to know the whole story. Even if she was the gun, she couldn't be ignorant. Su Xiaobin listened to Liu Huamei's words and knew that he couldn't hide his thoughts from her. He smiled bitterly and said, "Director Liu, it's not that I haven't looked for Vice President Liu. However, I'm afraid that Vice President Liu is behind this, so..." Although Su Xiaobin didn't finish his words, Liu Huamei had already understood. Perhaps there was a problem with the cooperation with Mingyang Company. Su Xiaobin came to find Liu Jinan to solve it, but Liu Jinan refused. He might even be the mastermind of this matter. However, this cooperation was obviously led by Liu Jinan's people. What good would it do Liu Jinan if there was a problem? Could it be that there was some secret behind this? "Tell me what's going on." Liu Huamei nodded. "Presumably, you brought President Bao and Vice President Jing here because there's a problem with the cooperation?" Su Xiaobin glanced at Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli, asking who was going to speak. Jing Xiaolu thought about it and said, "President Su, it's better for you to tell the story." "All right, I'll do it." Su Xiaobin nodded. He was also one of the parties, and he was also a victim. He took a deep breath and began to narrate. Liu Huamei glanced at Jing Xiaolu with admiration. Liu Huamei naturally felt that it was fair to let Su Xiaobin, a person from her company, speak up. Otherwise, if Jing Xiaolu spoke up, even if what she said was true, it would be hard to avoid the suspicion of the guilty party complaining first. If Su Xiaobin said it, there would be no such trouble, unless Su Xiaobin had already defected at this moment and stood on the other party's side. Of course, Liu Huamei could also distinguish right from wrong. If Su Xiaobin really reversed the truth, she was not a fool. She could tell it all. It's like this. In fact, the whole story was very simple. Su Xiaobin quickly narrated the whole story. He even said that Liu Jifei used the same method to take advantage of his girlfriend, Wang Lixia, without leaving out a single word. He had already told this matter to Liu Jinan, so he was not afraid to tell others. Moreover, the recording in the phone might be shown as evidence, so he did not hide it. When Liu Huamei heard that Liu Jinan actually rejected Su Xiaobin with such a ridiculous excuse as there is no precedent for changing the contract, and deleted the recording evidence in Su Xiaobin's hands, she was immediately furious. Her face was terrifyingly gloomy. This Liu Jinan was not a fool, but he had ulterior motives. Even if this kind of cooperation under unequal interests was barely maintained because of contract, how could they expect the other party to cooperate sincerely? Wasn't this the same as taking the company's interests and reputation as a joke? Was this Liu Jinan's head kicked by a donkey? She thought about Liu Jinan's usual actions. Which one of them was not based on his own interests? What did he care about the company's overall interests? Previously, Liu Huamei thought highly of Jing Xiaolu. Now, she was a little disappointed in Jing Xiaolu. Although it was Liu Jifei's scheme, and it was such an imperceptible, underhanded method. Jing Xiaolu still fell for it in the end. Thinking of this, Lu Huamei's evaluation of Jing Xiaolu decreased a few points in her heart. She sighed and said, "Manager Su, do you have any evidence for what you said?" "Yes." Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly. She took out a small recording pen with an external function and pressed the play button. Lu Jifei's voice suddenly came from the phone. "Think about it. If you become my lover, how can I treat you badly?" Lu Huamei's expression changed. She could naturally hear Lu Jifei's voice. Recently, this person suddenly became the favorite of her cousin, Lu Jinan, who is the vice president. For this reason, Lu Huamei deliberately investigated Lu Jifei, but regretfully found that he was just a playboy who could only please Lu Jinan. She really didn't know why her cousin would take a fancy to such an idiot and let him follow by his side. "Wasn't this recording deleted by my cousin? Why is there still one?" Lu Huamei naturally did not forget what Su Xiaobin said before. It was restored from the phone's memory with the help of a computer expert friend of mine. Jing Xiaolu said a little embarrassedly, "At that time, I heard Su Xiaobin say that the recording was deleted, so I tried to find my friend. I didn't expect it to really be restored." Lu Huamei nodded. It seems that this Jing Xiaolu is quite capable. It's not easy for her to think of this. If it were others, they would probably only regret it and not think of using this method. However, this is only supporting evidence. There is no direct evidence to prove that the contract has been tampered with. Lu Huamei leisurely took the recording pen and put it in her hand. Then, she looked up at Jing Xiaolu. In fact, with this recording pen, Lu Huamei was completely confident that she could make things difficult for Lu Jinan and Lu Jifei during the company's board meeting. As long as her grandfather was involved, this contract would definitely be re-signed, and the previous contract would be invalid. However, Lu Huamei didn't know why she always wanted to test this young girl in front of her to see if she only had this little ability. Lu Huamei would feel better if she was really only young and beautiful and didn't have outstanding ability. After all, a proud daughter of heaven would definitely feel uncomfortable meeting another proud daughter of heaven. No one would feel good if half of the glory that originally belonged to them was taken away by others. Of course, there are other things. Jing Xiaolu nodded confidently. "Director Lu, I have a fingerprint identification report here. Please take a look." As she spoke, Jing Xiaolu took out a document from the file bag, put on a coffee table in front of her, and pushed it in front of Lu Huamei. "Oh, fingerprint identification report?" Lu Huamei was slightly stunned. For a moment, she couldn't guess why Jing Xiaolu took out this fingerprint identification report. Lu Huamei frowned. She didn't directly look at the specific content of the report, but she began to secretly compete with Jing Xiaolu in her heart. Since Jing Xiaolu took out such a report at this time, then it must be the key evidence of this entire matter. However, what evidence is it? Lu Huamei fell into deep thought. She quickly went through the entire process in her mind, but regretfully found that she still couldn't figure out how the fingerprint identification report was related to the entire matter. Lu Huamei sighed slightly. "I seem to have lost a round." Although the other party didn't know this, Lu Huamei's stubborn self-esteem was a little frustrated. She picked up the report and read it carefully. However, as she continued to read, her originally furrowed brows slowly relaxed. This was because she already knew the purpose of this report being used as evidence from this fingerprint identification report. Chapter 1456. All the pages had the fingerprints of Jing Xiaolu, Bao Sanli, Lu Luyo, and Su Xiaobin, as well as several staff members. Only one page was missing the fingerprints of Su Xiaobin and a few staff members. What did this mean? It meant that there was nothing wrong with the other pages. Only one page had a problem, and this page did not go through Su Xiaobin's hands. In theory, it was impossible for Su Xiaobin to skip this page and read the other pages of the contract directly. "What's on this page?" Lu Huamei pointed at the problematic page number on the identification report and asked. However, she immediately shook her head with a smile. I know. It must be the most important page. It's about the specific numbers of investment and profit distribution, right? That's right. Jing Xiaolu nodded. She was not surprised that Lu Huamei had hit the nail on the head. After all, if it wasn't for this page, this fingerprint identification report would be useless. Lu Huamei had never doubted the authenticity of this fingerprint identification report. Putting aside the fact that there was an authoritative seal on it, the key question was, if it wasn't a fake, then what was wrong with Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli's brains? How could they sign such a mutually beneficial contract? Therefore, the only possibility was that one of the pages in the middle of the contract had been replaced by Lu Jifei's people. As for how it was changed and whether incense was used, these could only be guessed. There was no evidence. However, this fingerprint identification report could be used as a piece of favorable evidence. Of course, judging from the fingerprint development on the report, there was no tampering on the problematic page. It was impossible to erase Su Xiaobin's fingerprints alone. However, she was afraid that Lu Jifei would strongly deny it and claim that this identification report was tampered with. Lu Huamei sighed slightly and said, I can believe in the authority of this report, but it is not enough for me to use it as favorable evidence to face Lu Jinan. After all, you also know that the Mingyang Security Company is a company under the Songjiang Police Station. This report was made by Songjiang's Judicial Department. So if Lu Jinan catches this point, after all, the current methods of counterfeiting are very clever. Lu Huamei's words had a hidden meaning. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she was actually reminding Jing Xiaolu that if this appraisal report had been done in Jiangyan City, it might have been falsified under the interference of Lu Jinan's powerful connections. Hee. Jing Xiaolu smiled indifferently. Her finger tapped lightly on the identification report. Su Xiaobin's fingerprints are not on this page of our contract. The contract in Lu Jifei's hands also doesn't have President Su's fingerprints. And the most important point is that his copy does not only do not have President Su's fingerprints, but are President Bao's fingerprints as well. Lu Huamei's, I didn't think of it. That's right. Was a victim. Was a victim's was also a victim. He was also a victim, was a victim as well. As. Was a. He was. If. I threw, ins. Lu Huamei had checked Bao Sanli's information after the news of the cooperation between the company and the Mingyang Security Company. Bao Sanli was a gangster with a low level of education. From today's contact, he was indeed a rough person. Jing Xiaolu, on the other hand, had been the one talking from the beginning until now. It could be seen that she was in the leading position between Bao Sanli and herself. Therefore, this fingerprint evidence must have been thought of by Jing Xiaolu, not Bao Sanli. I'm ashamed. Although I thought of it, it's just hindsight. Jing Xiaolu blushed. I've troubled Director Lu this time. Lu Huamei nodded. She would take care of this matter whether it was for public or private reasons. It was a joke to expect both parties to cooperate sincerely in this kind of contractual relationship. For the future development of the company, this contract must be changed to a fair one that was beneficial to both parties. Lu Huamei also wanted to use this matter to knock Lu Jinan down. Lu Huamei would not believe that Lu Jinan was not behind this matter. It was impossible for Lu Jinan not to know that Lu Jifei dared to do such a thing so boldly. I will mention this matter at the board meeting tomorrow. President Bao, Vice President Jing, wait for my news, okay? Lu Huamei did not make any promises on the spot. Although she was confident that she could get her grandfather to ask about this matter, Lu Huamei did not want to make any promises before it was done. Then I'll have to trouble you, Director Lu. Jing Xiaolu also knew that since Lu Huamei had taken the matter on, she would definitely do her best to do it. It was not so important whether she made a promise or not. Director Lu, thank you for your trouble. Bao Sanli also stood up and said a few words. I will do my best to arrange when you come to Songjiang in the future. Lu Huamei smiled slightly. This Bao Sanli is indeed a rough person. It seems that the Jing Xiaolu beside him is a think tank. I just don't know what the relationship between Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu is. Looking at the conversation between the two, it did not seem like a relationship between lovers. Bao Sanli even had some respect for Jing Xiaolu. This made Lu Huamei somewhat confused. This did not seem to be the attitude of a president towards a vice president. Even if this vice president was quite intelligent and it was possible to treat her kindly, this kind of respect seemed to have reversed the relationship between a superior and a subordinate. However, this was other people's business. Lu Huamei was just a little curious, but did not ask much. After all, the two parties were not very familiar with each other. Some things could be understood without asking when they were familiar with each other. After leaving the Jiangyan building and getting into the car, Bao Sanli asked, "President Su, do you think this Director Lu will help us wholeheartedly?" "I think so. She and Lu Jianan have always been at odds. Lu Jianan has always wanted to exclude her from the core of the group's power. This matter is obviously related to Lu Jianan. I think Lu Huamei can't just ignore it, right?" Su Xiaobin said after thinking about it. Yes, Jing Xiaolu agreed. However, President Su only said one of the reasons. Is there another reason? Bao Sanli and Su Xiaobin asked curiously at the same time. The second reason is that I have seen in the information before. Lu Huamei is a person who thinks wholeheartedly for the company. Her reputation among the group's middle-level leaders is very high. This is not a secret. It can be seen in the Jiangyan Group's forum. Jing Xiaolu said, "After seeing her today, this rumor should be true. Why are you so sure?" Su Xiaobin was a little curious. "I am an insider in the company. I have heard some things about Director Lu. What she does is indeed beneficial to the company. She has a clear conscience. She is not like Lu Jianan who fights for power and profit." "President Su, if I tell the truth, please don't be angry." Jing Xiaolu hesitated. "Me? Angry? Why would I be? Vice President Jing, if you have something to say, just say it." Su Xiaobin was a little baffled. He thought, what does commenting on Lu Huamei have to do with me? Previously, when the phone recording was played, although Lu Jifei used a trick to insult Wang Lixia, Lu Huamei only had disgust in her eyes after listening to it. She was not angry, Jing Xiaolu said. Jing Xiaolu said, "This shows that Lu Huamei is only full of disdain for Lu Jifei's actions. But she is far from being angry because this matter has nothing to do with her. It has no impact on the company's interests, so Lu Huamei has such an expression." "That's true, but this doesn't mean anything, right?" Su Xiaobin was also used to it. Since he had accepted Wang Lixia, this knot had long been untied. Of course, he would not avoid this matter. Of course, it can mean anything. If she wants to fight for power and profit, she can use this matter to attack Lu Jifei. Lu Jifei is Lu Jianan's person. So if she wants to use this matter to make an issue, she can also attack Lu Jianan, Jing Xiaolu said. However, Lu Huamei doesn't have that idea because there is no excitement in her eyes that can attack Lu Jianan. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.